Okay, good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare our meeting open at 6 p.m. And in the spirit of Christmas, thank you to everyone who was wearing your Christmas hats out the back, and you're allowed now to take them off. But we need to make sure we don't forget about Christmas. Very important. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands, of elders past and present on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. I'd like to express my gratitude that we share this land today and my sorrow for that cost of that sharing. I hope that in the spirit of reconciliation we can move forward to a place of justice, healing and partnership as we walk gently on this land. Now we're up to item 3, which is confirmation of minutes. May I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 12th of November 2024. Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltner.
Sorry, I just have an addition.
Oh.
In relation to those motions, the notices of motion that were passed by exception, I was hoping, I know that the CEO undertook to investigate the formal business process in Parliament, but in the interim, could the minutes please be added to ensure that where the motions moved by each councillor has submitted by councillor. As an example, Hernjack, I think, had the most amount of motions actually put through. So instead of where it says resolved by exception, Councillor Hines, Councillor Robins, can it have like a dash beside it saying submitted by the respective councillor that submitted the notice of motion? Thank you.
Yes, that can be done. Okay, next item. Oh, sorry, mover and a seconder. So Councillor Giltner, Councillor De Luca. Okay. Item number 4, disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice, page 2 of the agenda reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. In accordance with clause point 425 and 426, the Code of Conduct, returns made by council's designated persons must be tabled at council meetings. Tonight we have tabled 3 returns from designated persons. Now, councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, could you please do so now? Silence is the deadly reply. Excellent, we'll move on. We're up to item 5, public forum and public address. We have 18 speakers tonight. Before we commence, I wish to remind speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. I also remind the audience that taking photographs is not permitted within the chamber. Speakers, you must agree to the following before being permitted to address the council. You must not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and will treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff. The council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you speaking at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim of defamation for any other person, either from the public gallery viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media. So with that, we will go into public forum number 1, Jamison Parks Sports Amenities Buildings, Isaac Pudney. If you could come up to the lectern, the red light's on so you are able to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. When the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club burned down 3 years ago, one of our club members told me how Edge 8, his dad taught him how to lay bricks when the club was built in 1969 by its members. While the building that burned down belonged to the Northern Beaches Council, it was the home of the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club. It was built by our members, and now our members are demanding transparency and creativity from the Northern Beach Council to give them a proper home back. I'm Emeric Cabuil, Commodore of the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today, and I would like to introduce Isaac Pudney, one of our most passionate members.
As we approach our 120th anniversary, the NLSC's importance to the community is clearer than ever. We're a not-for-profit organisation that brings families together through sailing, fostering community spirit and offering recreational activities for all ages. We've taught hundreds of children to sail as we host regattas, races, and create a welcoming environment for local residents each Sunday. As Amric said, our clubhouse was destroyed by a fire 3 years ago, resulting in the complete loss of the building and its contents, including numerous sailing dinghies, family-owned boats, powerboats, and decades of club history. After the fire, we appreciated Council's support of 5 shipping containers, believing it would be a manageable solution for up to 3 years, inspired by the timeline of Dobb Road Aquatic Centre and Lane Cove Sailing Club's rebuilds. Yet 3 years have passed and our current facilities hinder our ability to attract long-term members seeking boat storage, significantly reducing our pool of volunteers. While the club is healthy and prosperous in its current environment, it is brittle, and this setup shouldn't be continued. Having been collaborating with Council since the fire, on November 14, after 6 months of silence, Council advised us that the rebuild project was paused. We're here to request tonight how we got to this situation, what the way forward is to obtain an insurance payout, and what the expected project timeline is. We thank the Executive Manager, Properties, Buildings and Beach Services for her response to our recent letter, and we hope Council will improve project transparency as we desire to partner with Council rather than be kept at arm's length. I want to remind you of Council's commitment as outlined in the Community Strategic Plan to fostering vibrant, sustainable and inclusive communities. As it reads on Council's website, the CSP is everyone's roadmap for the future of the Northern Beaches and sets a direction for everything we do over the coming years to make this vision a reality. Rebuilding this clubhouse is all about supporting a thriving community on the Northern Beaches and ensuring that our club can continue to thrive for future generations too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noah and Emeric. Number 2. Commendation of council staff, Mitchell Geddes.
Tall fellow. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. On a night like tonight, when you look at the agenda and you see an issue like the special rate variation there again, it's understandable that a fair bit of heat can be brought into the room and to the staff, but I don't come bringing heat, I come bringing warm, okay, warm hugs, and it's to acknowledge the magnificent body of work that is contained in behind item 11.4 tonight. Writing a plan of management these days is a completely different bag of work compared to what it was 20 years ago when most of our plans of management were written. And this couple of minutes I have now, I must say, I want to call out a couple of names. I see Todd Dickinson's here tonight. I know, Todd, there have been staff changes over the years, but with your stewardship, it's important that you know how grateful we are for the focus that you've had and the ability you've shown to lead through difficult period. And Eskil, I couldn't pretend to have any clue about the mountain of work that sits on your desk, but you've been our fine-tooth comb. You've gone through and troubleshooted every particular issue, and we don't talk. I may have had a phone call with you 3-4 years ago, and that's it. But we know how hard you've worked on this, and when I use the plural, it's for the community that stands with me, the Pittwater Unleashed people, and we are so very, very impressed and grateful for all that has been done. And of course, I can't list everyone, but Jeremy as well. In particular, the compassion and the professionalism he has shown this year in his dealings with our President, Michelle Robertson, who's had a most traumatic and difficult year. It's another dimension to the work the staff do that people generally do not see. And it's very easy to be loud and when you're complaining, but I want to be loud tonight to cheer for these guys, cheer for this team, cheer for this staff, because the quality of work you've put behind item 11.4 is a template for going forward. In fact, if we want to raise money, I see a couple of your resolutions or notices of motion are looking at what we can do creatively, Councillor Hackman. We should rent them out to other councillors because they know how to do it properly. So stand behind item 11.4. Anyone who has a view that it should not be supported tonight, it's basically doing three things. It's a repudiation of our staff and their work. It's a denial of the opportunity for the community to have a look at this document. And it's doubling down on an existing plan of management which probably has no standing, like most of the 130 plans of management on our books. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Speeding along, same topic, Jane Parsons. Same topic, I mean that it's about dogs.
Correct, yes. Thank you everyone for the opportunity to speak tonight. So here we are again talking about dogs on beaches, that old chestnut. But first of all, a little about me. My husband and I own and operate a business out of home in Bulgola Plateau. We supply machinery imported from all over the world to serve Australian manufacturers in defence, medical, infrastructure, TAFEs, colleges, even ANSTO. Every global event has the potential to impact our business, so yes, it can be extremely stressful at times. So how do we deal with the stress of this ever-changing landscape? It's simple. Our dogs. Our dogs are with us 24/7. They keep us laughing, they keep us feeling the love, they keep us fit. Our dogs are very important to us. So important that on hot days, we have to make the time during our busy schedule to drive them at least 40 minutes an hour each way so they can have a 10-minute splash in cooling, clean water. Importantly, we are not alone. We are people from all walks of life who love their dogs, and our chosen recreation is to include them. So it begs the question, why? When so many thousands of your constituents are in this same position, why has it taken the council 11 years and counting to get this approval through? 11 years. At this point, I do wish to thankfully and gratefully acknowledge the councillors and staff who have supported this issue thus far. You were elected to act on behalf of your community, one that has spoken and wants to spend a bit of beach time with their kids and family dog. People who would love for their dogs to run along the water's edge before they go off to work. Elderly people who you have deprived of quality beach time with their faithful companions. Let's not forget the lonely people who want some social interaction with like-minded people and a beach walk with their best mates. I urge you to proceed with these trials. I promise you the sky will not fall. Please break your habit of putting this in the too hard basket and make it happen. It's time. Thank you so much for yours.
Thank you, Jane. Okay, back to Jamison Park Sports Amenities. David Looms.
Thank you. My name is David Looms and I represent the Narrabeen Lakes Sailing Club. I'd like to address the council about the Jamison Park Sports Amenity Building. Almost 3 years to the day since the fire destroyed the building, which was home to the Narrabeen Lakes Sailing Club, we were informed by council that funds would not be available to build the replacement building as designed. Very recent advice from council officers informs us that recent tenders for a basic change facility with public amenities have exceeded $1.7 million. At Jamison Park, it's estimated that an extra $1.3 million would be required due to possible flooding. This is not for a demountable building, it's for a normal brick building. So now we need to explore alternative solutions. When the Balgowlah Suns AFL Club wanted to upgrade their facilities at Balgowlah Oval, the use of a prefabricated demountable building was chosen. A very modern-looking building with extensive facilities was provided for less than $900,000. The most exciting part of this was that the building took just over 12 weeks from demolition to opening in March 2020. Our very preliminary investigations have resulted in a written estimate of about $100,000 for a basic 12-metre by 6-metre open plan building. While this is very basic building, the cost is a far cry from the figures given by council. The club did its own fit out for the previous building, so we would be prepared to do that again. We were also informed after the fire that council would most likely only provide a like-for-like replacement, not a building including a commercial cafe, as designed. Surely the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club could have a similar version to that of the Balgowlah Oval building to satisfy our modest needs. With proper planning, extra rooms and facilities can be added over time when need and funds become available. I urge you to search for the Balgowlah Oval amenities and see for yourself how pleased and proud the former Mayor Michael Reagan was opening the building. We ask Council to seriously consider this alternative so as to provide the club with a permanent home to continue our valued presence on the lake. Or should Council not wish to consider carrying out this work themselves, we request the club be allowed to obtain funding for such a building and place it on the site ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Robins has a question.
Mr. Looms,
Mr. Looms?
Mr. Looms, sorry, I've just got a couple of questions for you. And thank you. I have had correspondence with the Yacht Club over the last couple of months, so I appreciate that. The building you were talking about, were you seeing that as a permanent home or something temporary?
I think the Balgowlah Oval building is permanent, so I can't see why it couldn't be permanent. Maybe not completely the size to suit council in the long run, but enough to suit the club.
Right, thank you. And I've just got a question for Mr. Campbell. Sorry, thank you. My understanding from this area, there are meant to be toilets involved too, is that right? So this building wouldn't be suitable? I'm sorry, would this building be suitable? That's my question.
Through you, Mayor Hines. The requirements for the building is not just for the club. There is public toilets there and also other users. So we would need to provide for those other users with any building.
Mr. Campbell, are you able to have a conversation? I know we have with...
Councillor Robins, I will leave it at questions only. Councillor Glanville?
I think I was going to ask a similar question, whether you're able to provide the residents and councillors with a response to Mr. Loom's suggestion.
Of course.
And secondly, are you able to provide any further updates other than if there's any new information from the information Mr. Looms provided in his speech?
Council has undertaken a community consultation on the needs for the building, and we have provided a concept on our Your Say website. We expect to receive the insurance claim in January, but that insurance claim will not fund the concept in totality.
Okay, thank you. On to the next topic, council rate increase. Mr. Doug Price.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, audience tonight and those at home. I've spoken on this subject before about infrastructure management and changing of operation. Many of you know I've spoken about being a TAFE teacher and being involved in teaching. I teach business management. I've researched this subject fairly heavily now, and the reality is we're moving in the public sectors now. A lot of AI is occurring in public sector operations, hence the reason why there has been some salary adjustments in a lot of the areas, particularly now in the public education. We're getting AI in. we're going back to the days of flat management. In other words, flat line management of divisions could occur in this council with a CEO and quite often now a CFO being appointed. Now this means that there are self-assessments done by the workers, hence we don't have the same number of people needed involved to be managed. They manage themselves. It's part of the new era in management and business, and it's occurring now in the public education sector. There's no doubt I'm not in favour of the rate increase, as is many of the people that I've spoken to. The areas of concerns, of course, is the fact that cost of living, it'll affect the renters, it'll also affect the owners. Any increase up to 46% or anything like that will put the council in jeopardy. But the point of making here is that we can have a flat line management structure here, and I know that will affect a lot of the jobs of the musicians and the directors, but the reality is that's what's happening now in the public sector. I can tell you now it's happening in public education, where we do a self-assessment of what our work is and what we do, our hours we work, and we give KPIs back. And this is all done through an AI system, so it's possible now we move into this movement, which is AI management. The other areas I know which may not be popular would be call centres. We should have a look at our call centres, if not all of our call centres overseas, but part of the call centres overseas to reduce, again, the staff costs. The reality is within this area of we have annual salary increases for the staff, and everyone gets a salary increase, which they should do, depend on their work. And we need to be able to realise that we need to cut down on our salary. When the amalgamations of the three councils occurred, there was a belief that there would be 1/3 less staff. I'm not really up to date on what that is right now, but I know with the changing technology, with the AI coming into operations, that it's possible within our council to have an AI operations, and many of us get AI calls through our phones and on our Facebook pages, and we don't even know it occurs. I'm aware of what the system is, and I'd like to say that we need to move on in that area. There are some other contentious issues regarding the use of this council chamber, but I think I'll leave that for the time being. And I just wanted to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And again, thanks for being who you are and coming to conclusions. We hope we get a sensible rate discussion. I'm not in favour of increase, but I get a feeling we might be having one. Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Doug. All right, on the same topic, we've got Deborah Payne.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Debbie Bardwell, that's my married name. I'm ex-IBM. I've been paying council rates in the local area for 10 years and believe I have a right to say in how my money is spent. I would like to express my concern about council's proposed latest rate rise of up to 46% over 3 years. The letter sent to ratepayers by Council CEO Scott Phillips proposed 4 council predetermined options for council rate hikes. I believe Council has omitted proposing a 5th option, which includes cutting waste and unnecessary expenditure. I accept that Council's forward-looking budget may have sustainability issues. However, I propose that any rate rise above the rate peg be halted until a proper internal audit of non-essential spending is undertaken. This includes reviewing the number of contracted senior staff positions and associated salaries, council staff vehicle costs, and an array of other non-essential council budget items. I acknowledge and accept that basic services such as road maintenance, waste management, cleansing and operation of valued community facilities, such as libraries and pools, must be maintained. However, I believe many other council expenses need forensic examination to determine if they are any benefit to ratepayers. Former Northern Beaches councillor Menano Perez resigned from your Northern Beaches independent team in July this year in protest of imprudent, wasteful and unjustifiable council spending. I quote Mr Menano Perez. While the majority of my YNBIT colleagues support this high rate rise and spoke in its favour at the June Council meeting, I cannot in conscience do so. Under the current cost of living pressure, that our residents face, I cannot support any increase of that size, which will place, in my opinion, an unacceptable burden in our residents' financial situation, especially among young families also facing increasing costs in childcare. I strongly believe that before we contemplate any increase in rates on top of the mandated one, Council should tighten its own belt and implement a variety of savings measures or financial cuts to reduce its expenditure as stated at the Council meeting. So like many property owners on the Northern Beaches, I pay high interest rates and have absorbed numerous rate rises over the last few years. We all need to live within our means, Council included. If Council can't do that, then they need to find creative ways to supplement expenditure. I have emailed Council, signed a petition, joined a Facebook group called Northern Beaches People's Voice. I urge ratepayers, renters and business owners to do the same to make their voices heard. Ratepayers will be watching with intense scrutiny how their elected representatives will be voting on future motions concerning this subject.
Thank you, Deb. You've used up your 3 minutes.
I ask that this statement be tabled in the minutes on the meeting, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Interesting to hear we've now got 5 options. That's a new one. Okay, next person up is Mr. David Parsons, Little Manly Saved from Development.
Oh, nearly fell. Just reading the instructions. Good evening all. My name's David Parsons and I'm representing the Save Little Manly Beachfront Group Incorporated. And I'm here on a very important matter. Just a bit of history. Years ago, Manly Council tried to sell the beachfront for housing. Townhouses, that was the go. And a group was formed called the Save Little Manly Beachfront Group. And here we took Manly Council on. We took them to the Land and Environment Court. You don't get that too often. A small group of community people taking the council to the Land and Environment Court. Manly Council tried every trick they could think of to stop us doing that, but it didn't work. We won. This is the big thing about it. You never know when you're going to win. We won. And Manly Council wasn't very happy. So our group saved the Little Manly beachfront. You all go down there occasionally. You've got to thank this group. So what happens now? Years later, they built an edifice on it for Mr. Ray Matheson. Now, Ray was a hail fellow, well met, and I regarded him as a friend, I suppose you could say, even though we did disagree all the time. And they built this edifice down there, right in the middle of the park. How good's that? Thank you, Save Little Manly Beachfront Group. Bugger, we'll put this here right in the middle. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong everything. So I want to know how the council is going to move this edifice for Ray, who worked pretty well for the area. How are you going to move it and where are you going to move it to and keep it in Little Manly? Well, I'll give you a couple of suggestions. The first one is Little Manly Point. That's near where the gasworks are. It could go there. It's in the area. And the other spot that I think it'll go pretty well with a lovely view is Smedley's Point in Manly at the end of Addison Road. So I want to know how the council's going to fix this problem that they've allowed to happen.
Okay.
Look,
Thank you, Mr Parsons. Your 33 minutes, sorry, your 3 minutes are up. 33 minutes, wow. 3 minutes is up. So
God,
thank you very much. Okay, so part 2 of this will now be on the same topic, 34 Stewart Street, Manly, with Judith Brain. Thank you, David.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, staff. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff.
Yeah.
I'm the president of Save Little Manly Beach Foreshore Inc. Little Manly is wonderful. It has views down the harbour. It has a swimming pool, boat ramp, cafe, swings. It is loved and enjoyed by all who visit it. It's completely beautiful. And this is what motivates our group to campaign to protect it so that everyone in the community can enjoy it. There used to be 5 houses on the foreshore, numbers 34 to 42 Stewart Street. They were all designated open space as part of the Cumberland Plan in 1948, 76 years ago. So it wasn't our group's idea to make the beach foreshore open space, but we have campaigned for 18 years for this one issue, to see the plan for open space come to fruition and to prevent private development on the foreshore. Patience has paid off this year with the demolition of 40 so that its open space could be included into the reserve. But we are still waiting for 34 to take on a community use and to be integrated into the open space as per the Little Manly Master Plan that was legislated by Council resolution in 2019. So 5 years of expectation. Now we welcome Council's expression of interest process for the community use of 34. However, the choice of use is subject to economic feasibility and community benefits. We are concerned that there is too great an emphasis on the financial return. Council bought 34 in 1977. It's been leased for 47 years. Surely that's long enough, serving as a revenue stream. We therefore ask Council to now make the community benefit a priority over the economic feasibility. The master plan states that the expression of interest should take place at the end of the current residential lease of 34. The lease must not be extended yet again, because that is not legislated under the master plan. We also look with anticipation towards the completion of 3 other items in the master plan. Item 3 is a pedestrian footpath. Item 5 is remodelling to make a transition area between the cottage and the foreshore. And the 3rd is to restructure the kayak storage. We seek assurance that these 3 items will also be completed as laid out in the master plan in 2019. Just do it.
Thank you. Okay. Our next person up is Nicole Gastrell on proposed rates increased.
Oh, good evening. Look, I'm opposed to the increase in rates for a number of reasons, but primarily I'd like to suggest that really all councils who are applying for a out of ordinary rate increase should actually probably demand a forum with the New South Wales State Government to identify the core jobs of council. Increasingly, there has been creep into council budget for things that I think, gee, are we funding this? I thought the state should be funding that. You know, it's from social to environmental to, you know, just it's in every area of what council is looking after. So I looked on the council website and you know, this is a very basic, this isn't really an urgent or important aspect of council's thing, tourism, but we 266,000 citizens living in this LGA, and I looked on the council website and it said we maintain 21 beaches, 15 rock pools. We've got all these things. And I looked back for some figures on what were the tourist numbers for the area. I could find one from 2019, and it said, you know, we had 2.8 million visitors had come to the Northern Beaches. Well, I think the state government needs to pick up a bit of slack here and help us in funding the incredible and precious resource that we have here that I think Greater Sydney, all of us appreciate and use. And I don't think having a few, you know, paying for car parking is quite cutting what really has to be covered here, because there are things from surf life saving to cleaning, so many aspects that I really think we should be demanding that the state government lifts its game here and support this area. You know, in 2023, the state government wanted to fob off Beach Watch, and I think council was looking at that. I don't know what's happened with that. That's a public health thing. That isn't about just us. That's public health. People get sick, it spreads everywhere, that's bad. Water doesn't just stay in pit water, water travels everywhere. There are so many ways that the state government is letting councils down, and I think they should be demanding that there be a forum to examine what is state government going to take responsibility for, what council are expected to take responsibility for now and for the future. I mean, state government must be laughing all the way to the bank when they fobbed off the roads. They can't even finish a road in their own budget. So I really do urge all you councillors to unite with other areas who are also under great financial stress and insist that the government lifts its game, identify what we are going to maintain and what we're not.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I suppose I'll just make a quick comment. Absolutely agree. We have been writing and advocating. It's called cost shifting. It's been happening to all local government, and at the local government conference it definitely was a topic. And you'll also be pleased to know that there was a public inquiry about the financial sustainability of local government councils. It's great reading. Councillor Glanville.
I think I was going to ask a question that you just gave, but get the CEO to answer it. So I don't know whether, through you, Madam Mayor, whether the CEO has anything to add to that summary that you just gave.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mrs Gastrell is quite correct. There has been considerable cost shifting from state government to local government over a number of years. Recently, Local Government New South Wales tabled a report which sits on the LGNSW website indicating that on average in New South Wales over $460 of every ratepayer's dollars goes directly back to the state government. If you look at the median rate for the Northern Beaches, that is approximately 30% of council's rates go straight back to the state government. The Mayor is also correct in that the New South Wales Parliament in the Legislative Council tabled a report 2 weeks ago into the financial sustainability crisis affecting local government in New South Wales. Northern Beaches, of course, is but one of 128 councils that is feeling the effects of that, and we will be tabling that report to council to seek a formal council position on that matter.
Thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question too is directed to the CEO. Could the CEO please confirm that since the last state and federal elections, grant funding to the Northern Beaches has significantly dried up and we're not getting any significant grant funding? And do you know the percentage in grants now that are not coming to the Northern Beaches since the last federal and state elections?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor DeLuca is certainly right. The grant funding that Council previously was awarded has considerably dried up. I'm just scrambling while I wait for my friend to my right to give me the percentage, but it is considerable. Councillors, in the absence of giving you a number, I might just give you that information later, but it is quite a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're down to number 10 now, Manly Life Saving Club Redevelopment, Henry Gorton. If you could come up.
Good evening all. Thank you for having me, councillors and Mayor. So my name's Henry, I'm 15. I'm a member of the Manly Life Saving Club. I did Nippers for 5 years. I've only rejoined this year to give back to the community, but I want to talk about my experience with the club and then I'll talk about the redevelopment. So I did Nippers for 5 years. I didn't really love it, was quite competitive, didn't enjoy it that much. I only did it because my parents encouraged me to do it. So at the end of the 5 years, my mum said, you can stop doing Nippers, take up ocean swimming, or keep doing Nippers, but as I said, don't love the competitive side. So I took up ocean swimming. I've been doing that since, and I've loved it. However, this year, my mum said there's a bronze medallion course for surf lifesaving happening at the club. And I can do it because I'm 15 now. You don't have to compete, you can just join. So I took up that course and absolutely loved it, especially the water side, which I wasn't that excited for, but turns out I really enjoyed it. Doing the bronze medallion, it was a great opportunity to get involved with the club. And prior to that, I just thought, you got to compete, you've got to do all this stuff that I didn't really like. So that was a completely different experience that changed how I viewed the club. So now, being a member, for someone my age, it's been great to be able to give back to the community as a surf lifesaver, doing patrols, hanging out at the beach. Also, notably, gym access. That was a big one, because that's, for the cost of a member at the club, to get the gym to go with that, especially right at the beach, that's really big. Also, training and skill development opportunities at the Surf Lifesaving Club. I've been able to train with my mum 3 times a week on the paddle boards, out on the water. And also, quite recently, I passed the inflatable rescue boat crew person course, which is great fun. I really enjoyed that. And I've made some new mates through that. I also got my first job through people I know from training on boards in the morning. So I've been working at the merchandise store part-time down at the club on the beach. But now I'll talk about the future just briefly. So the club does need a redevelopment. It's more than a surf club. It's a place where young people like myself can find purpose in giving back as a surf lifesaver, learn new skills, strive to improve, the gym access, and my first job was there. So redevelopment is needed, otherwise it would be a missed opportunity for all young people, and they wouldn't have to join just based on parental encouragement.
Henry,
But
I
there would
hate
be
to
a lot
break
more
it to
visibility
you.
for young people to get involved.
Henry, you've
So
used
thank
your
you.
3 minutes. Can I just say, Ethan, oh, sorry, not Ethan, I'm reading your name, Ethan, because I can see different people want to say something. Okay, but I was going to say something that the Deputy Mayor said to me, how wonderful it is that we have both you, Henry, at 15 and Isaac at 16, feeling confident enough to come and express your feelings. And I think that's really important and something we really cherish because we want to hear from our young community. Okay, so Ethan, your light was on, but, oh, sorry, Councillor Hearn-Jack, your light was on. Do you want to say anything? No. Councillor Harvey, your light is on.
I just wanted to ask Henry a couple questions, if that was okay. He can come back.
Here he comes. Very quickly, please.
So thanks so much again to both of you for coming to speak. It's great hearing young people use their voices. It's really awesome. So you said a lot of things that sort of drew you into volunteer life-saving. Could you just sort of summarise for me the sort of main appeal for you?
Well, I love being at the beach.
Mm-hmm. Outside or inside the clubhouse? I'm joking.
Okay, we need to really move along. So unless there's a direct question,
no, I have
maybe
a
you
direct.
can.
That's my direct question. Just can you re-summarise for me what your main appeal of it is, please?
All right, well, I love being at the beach. Such a good community there. Everyone's so welcoming and friendly.
Yeah.
So I just really enjoy being a part of the community and then giving back to the community through that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Henry.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we're moving on to public address. So these are items on our agenda. So the first one up is Frank Pelea, I think. I'm sorry if I've said your name incorrectly. On item 9.2, which is the special variation to rates.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Frank. I'm here to talk about the rate rise. I'm an advisor to a state agency specialized in developing economic and financial justifications for multi-billion-dollar projects. I'm presenting two simple financial concepts to demonstrate that none of the four options will solve the council. The three former councils, Manly, Pittwater, Warringah, total expenditure was about $308 million in 2016. The Northern Beaches Council total expenditure was $398 million in 2024. $90 million more than 8 years ago. Almost $1,000 more per dwelling per year. This is an average of 3.3% each year, an increase of 3.3% each year since amalgamation, above the 3% annual average inflation in the same period. Staff costs have surged from $120 million in 2016 to $159 million in 2024, about $40 million more than 8 years ago. That's an average of 3.5% more each year since amalgamation, above the 2.5% annual average wage growth in the same period. Most of the increase happened before the pandemic and in the last 2 years. The council financials are out of control. It is facing a diseconomy of scale, the contrary of economy of scale. It is too big to be sustainable. The amalgamation has produced no efficiency, no productivity gain whatsoever. Ironically, the council is unfit for the future when this was the key argument of the amalgamation reform. Some say that the former Pittwater Council had a lot of debts that the Northern Beaches Council had to deal with. Would you accept to inherit a $3 million house with a $2 million mortgage? What if the house also had a safe with another $2 million cash in it? That's about Pittwater in 2016. Pittwater had a total debt of $24 million against cash in the banks of $44 million, $20 million net of debt. $16 million of this cash was from restricted developer contribution to fund developments. Net of contributions, $12 million was sitting in banks, just unrestricted, readily available cash in the safe. Where did the cash of Pittwater go? How could ratepayers believe that this council can be fixed with more money? This is not a revenue problem that needs an easy rate increase solution. This is a cost frenzy problem. The solution is a drastic restructuring in the council, including nomination of a state administrator to deliver the restructure,
Can you
demerge
finish the
Pittwater
sentence,
to stop
Mr.
the cost bleeding
Pelea?
and restore local leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the same topic, Chantal Dre. Oh, sorry. Councillor Harvey?
What? Oh, I didn't mean to.
No? So, no light?
Oh, there it goes. Could staff, through you, Mayor, respond to that question about where the Pittwater cash went, please?
Am I good to start?
No, there's a little bit of a discussion here.
Okay, sorry.
The CEO has to first answer the councillor and then you can start. I'll let you know when.
Thank you, Mayor. That information I don't have at hand. I'd have to bring that back to you at a later time.
Okay, thank
I've got
you.
a question too, Madam Mayor.
Councillor
Thank you.
DeLuca.
My question too is directed to the CEO. In relation to the statement that since, so prior to amalgamation, total staff costs of the three councils was 308 million, and then since amalgamation it has been 390 million. Can you confirm whether that is correct?
Thank you, Mayor. I can't say definitively. I just don't have my CFO with me at the moment, so I will come back to you with those numbers, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you
You're
hear
ready
me?
to go now.
Oh, thank
Sorry.
you. Good evening. Okay, is this better? Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. Sorry.
Okay, please, just go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Chantal Dre. I have been living in Pittwater since 1990 and paying my rates now for 34 years. The council proposal to increase our rates is a wake-up call on how government can mismanage large amount of taxpayers' money. I have been a CEO of several businesses and I know the importance of meeting budgets and a healthy balance sheet. It is disappointing that the forced merger has failed to deliver efficiencies and savings that we were promised. Instead, we have increased rates and costs and a top-heavy, bloated bureaucracy with increased complexity, waste and inefficiencies. The greater revenue collected, the easier it is to spend other people's money. I am here today to call for an independent, transparent review on all councils' expenditure, to reduce top-heavy management divisions, to cut back on unnecessary spending and to stop waste. The review should include staffing structure, salaries, car allowances, staff benefits, grants, marketing, communication programs, consultant fees, cost and number of events paid or subsidised by council. Council should prioritise spending on essential services with focus on efficiency. Governments are too easy answer when they run out of money is to sell public assets, increase taxes or debt. This increases inflation and puts pressure on families. Why should citizens pay the price of poor governance while bureaucrats increase their salaries? It is unacceptable. It needs to change. Recently, Councillor DeLuca proposed a review of council staffing structure and salaries, vehicle pool, events, grants, marketing and communications. To those who voted down this review, I say we need transparency. Former Councillor Jose Maneno Pires also recommended a comprehensive review. Last July, he said, I strongly believe that before we contemplate any increase in rates, Council should tighten its own belts. I agree. Council's employees' costs and rising expenses make up 40% of total operating expenses. I urge Council to restructure for leadership or help us demerge. I ask you to approve a thorough independent review. Thank you very much for being here tonight and paying attention to my request.
Okay, thank you very much, Chantal. I think you'll be pleased with a lot of the notices of motion and additions tonight. Next
me,
person
Mayor.
up.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Causey.
Through you, I wonder if the CEO could please explain our responsibilities in the lead up to an application for an IPART for an SRV, and what actions have been undertaken to review our finances so far. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor. As part of the process for a variation, Council is required to review and undertake improvements and have shown demonstrated efficiencies. We have a productivity and improvement plan that highlights the improvements to date and also those that we would commit to over the next 3 years as part of that improvement. And IPART would consider that in any application we submit as part of their decision on the process, and then would come back to us annually to actually check in that Council is delivering on the commitments and savings it has indicated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bajard.
Madam Mayor, through you to the CEO, the preliminary productivity journey and improvement plan you just mentioned, has that been made available to the public?
Through you, Chair, yes, we had a draft version tabled at the November Council meeting, and in this evening's meeting there's also a report tabled that has our latest iteration of that document, which would be a requirement of any submission to IPART in February.
Thank you.
Okay, next person up on item 11.3, outcome of public exhibition draft North Narrabeen Reserve Plan of Management, Graham Jessup.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I guess I'm here on behalf of a group called Sustainable Northern Beaches, and our focus is on a transition to a sustainable lifestyle over the next, few years, many years. So we have a long-term vision. I'm here tonight to object to the use of artificial turf and request that Council does not approve any projects using the artificial turf. The reason behind my objection is because there is a growing concern that the microplastics that are shed from artificial turf are causing serious health issues, and they have recently found that there's significant traces of these microplastics in our flesh and even in our brain. So there's something pretty serious going on, and the body of concern is growing to the point where I think it's too risky to go ahead and put artificial turf on any more projects. Thank you. I'm probably shooting myself in the foot a bit here because I've played a lot of hockey in my life and I enjoy playing hockey, and the damn ball never ran straight when I was playing on turf. I see it now being played on artificial turf, which is a different game altogether. So our concerns mainly are the long term, as you'll appreciate, and despite the benefits that I can see in the artificial turf, I am of the opinion, and our group at Sustainable Northern Beaches is of the opinion, that it's too big a risk to take and that we should not be doing it. So let's just think about what we're proposing here. We know that there's mounting evidence of the problems with microplastics, yet here we go proposing to lay a huge plastic mat containing millions of tiny plastic leaves out in the direct sunlight, where for the next 10 years the physical abrasion and ultraviolet will break it down, a lot of it, into invisible specks of microplastics. These are microplastics you can't see, and as it rains they get washed from the field down into the watercourse and out into the ocean, where it's affecting our sea life. So, gee, time moves along quickly, doesn't it?
It does.
So I'm saying to the Council, you have a responsibility to look after our environment. We have 3 elected political representatives here in Sophie and Zali and Jackie, who have been elected on the basis of their environmental concern. I think Council needs to take the bullet in the mouth and outlaw any further developments using this artificial turf. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Jessup. Okay, same item, same topic. David Palmer.
Good evening. I'm representing Pittwater Natural Heritage Association, and I'm speaking, like the previous speaker, in opposition to the plan of management for North Narrabeen Reserve. And like the previous speaker, it's because of the proposal in the plan to use synthetic turf on playing fields. Now, Graham spoke about the health effects of microplastics, but there are many other effects. I'll just mention one. Research from Western Sydney University shows that on a sunny day of about 30 degrees Celsius, the temperature of unshaded synthetic turf could climb to 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. At these temperatures, it becomes a touch hazard, while natural turf in comparison would be slightly above 30 degrees. The New South Wales chief scientists and engineers concerned about environmental risks and sustainability and end-of-life issues, and has called for more information so that policies on synthetic turf can be better informed. And AUSMAP, an Australian academic and citizen science program, has conducted research into microplastic pollution in Australia, and they're sufficiently concerned to call for a 5-year moratorium on new planning and approvals for scientific turf fields. Now, we also maintain that the use of synthetic turf on playing fields is inconsistent with Northern Beaches Council's commitment to address climate change and sustainability issues. Synthetic turf is not carbon neutral, as it creates a large carbon footprint during a journey that includes the petrochemical raw materials, the manufacturing and installation of the product. And it also requires quite a bit of maintenance during its life to clean it and keep the litter off. And then at the end of its life, most synthetic turf will eventually end up in landfill. And this really makes it unsustainable. So, councillors, on behalf of Pittwater Natural Heritage Association and many others, I call on you to vote against the installation of synthetic turf in North Narrabeen Reserve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item is 11.4, public exhibition draft Mona Vale Beach Southern End Plan of Management. Michelle Robertson.
Good evening, gentle people. My name is Michelle Robertson, and I'm the pest who started Pittwater Unleashed. When Council changed the signage at Bengali Reserve to properly reflect the rules permitting dogs to walk on leash for 160 metres along the reserve, Richard Menhenick reached out to us. Richard is a retired Commodore in the Australian Navy. He had tactical control of coalition ships and aircraft from the US, UK, Singapore, Iraq, Pakistan, Germany, and Australia's HMAS Stewart. He was commanding officer of the Anzac and saw service in the Gulf War and Afghanistan. Richard would like to be with us to speak to you, but he has leukemia and is currently receiving treatment, and he's asked me to read this on his behalf. Michelle, thanks so much again for getting us access to Bengali Headland. This is great news, a major success for our mental and physical health. We used to walk up there all the time, but since we've had our dog Romsey, we don't. It's like the beach access issue. We used to walk the beach all the time, now we don't. I am a Navy veteran of 40 years permanent service, including 2 wars and 8 years reserve service. I have leukemia and also a related mental health issue, and the Department of Veteran Affairs has accepted responsibility for both, as they were caused by service. I just mention this because, as president of the Avalon RSL sub-branch, I meet with numerous other veterans and their families, most of whom have issues both mental and physical. Not being able to access the beach as responsible adults and walk along the edge of the surf early morning or evening when beaches are empty is a real stress issue for me and for many of us. It does cause depression and is a real blight. It spoils the joy of living in this beautiful area for the years we've left to us. Our beaches are no different from other beaches up and down the coast of New South Wales. I'm more than happy to go along with you to a council meeting and speak on the issue if you think it would make any difference. Mental health was at the forefront of the recent Royal Commission into Defence, Suicides and Veteran Health. I put in 4 submissions. The council is culpable for mental cruelty for no apparent logical reason. I mean, really, what is a dog on a beach going to do to the environment that some use and other people don't already do to a far worse extent, with litter and destruction of the natural environment, which is evident all through the Avalon sand dunes and elsewhere? The council must be made to see some sense and access to our beaches, which are deserted in the early mornings and evenings. We just stand at North Avalon and look down on an empty beach with Romsey next to us and wonder how they can be so awful to us. The silent majority are very supportive of Pittwater Unleashed. Kind regards, as always, Richard Menhenink. And my response to Richard was, I think we are only just beginning to better understand what our military people endure after they've been to war. You have accomplished much, Richard. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Okay, on the same topic, we have Jayden Walsh. Welcome, Jayden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Jayden Walsh and I'm a professional ecologist, environmental educator, bush regenerator and a lifelong resident of the Northern Beaches. Whilst it is fantastic that it is finally some initiative to update well overdue plans of management, it is sorely disappointing to see that it is only in response to an ecologically destructive proposal to allow dogs on South Mona Vale and North Palm Beach. Throughout the LGA, there are countless bushland reserves which are in dire need of updated plans of management and renewed investment. Mackay Reserve, 1994, Bangali Head, 2001, Bungan Beach, 2002, and so on. Throughout the Northern Beaches, there are many places, including 29 off-leash, where dogs are able to exercise and appreciate the outdoors. Conversely, there are few places where nature is allowed to function in even a fraction of how it should. Despite this, dog owners constantly disobey the rules by not only having them in prohibited areas, but for the majority off-leash too. The Companion Animals Act, under Part 3, Responsibilities for Control of Dogs, states, a dog that is in a public place must be under the effective control of some competent person by means of an adequate chain, cord or leash that is attached to the dog and that is being held by or secured to the person. Is a beach surely not a public place where human enjoyment and ecosystem processes are prioritised? Turning to the review of environmental factors, where there are serious flaws in the methodology. One striking example is, as admitted in the review, the presence of dogs during targeted threatened fauna surveys. Dogs were observed both on and off leash in the Mona Vale Beach South activity area during multiple surveys, and dog feces were observed in the Palm Beach North activity area. The level of human activity and presence of dogs may have impacted the presence of shorebirds. It concludes, the biodiversity assessment indicates that the activity has some potential to impact threatened fauna. Whilst there are some desirable mitigation and management safeguards, these are overly optimistic and futile given the lingering effects of dogs on wildlife, Length et al. 2008. Given this and other methodological flaws, I urge all councillors to ask yourselves, Would this RAF stand up in another court case, or could this be destined to become yet another costly mistake? There is a severe lack of compliance officers in our LGA, and until the current rules are followed by our dog owners, it is clear that no treats should be given. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jaden. Okay, same topic again. Murray McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for this opportunity to speak regarding the draft Mona Vale Beach Southern End Plan of Management, and in particular the proposal to establish a 12-month off-leash dog trial. I speak on this matter as a retired marine scientist and a retired public servant with over 30 years' experience in research, management and policy development relating to aquatic natural resources. As such, I am neither for nor against the proposed off-leash dog trials, but I strongly support evidence-based decision-making as an essential requirement for good governance. I note and commend Council's extensive public consultation on the proposed off-leash trials, which has revealed the extent of demand for this activity and the social benefits associated with it. I also note the 2023 revised draft review of environmental factors relating to the off-leash dog trials, which was put on public exhibition last year. This review, based on limited information, is essentially a risk assessment which predicted, and I emphasise that word, that all of the potential impacts of the trial were either unlikely to happen and or of little or no importance or consequence. Given this, my main concern is with how Council is going to conduct these trials. In particular, what, if any, information will be gathered to test the RAF predictions? And how will this information be used to decide whether or not off-leash dogs will be allowed on beaches in the longer term? I note on page 41 of the RAF that Council, in responding to public submissions last year, indicated an intent to monitor various aspects of the trials to inform their decision as to whether the trials had been a success or a failure. Council also indicated it will develop criteria for assessing the success or failure of the off-leash dog activity. It is now more than 12 months on, and I can find little in the draft plan of management or elsewhere to indicate how potential ecological or environmental impacts of the trials will be monitored to either confirm or refute the predictions in the RAF. Further, I can find no promised criteria for determining what are acceptable or unacceptable levels of impact, and therefore whether ongoing off-leash dog activity on beaches should be approved, modified or abandoned. Without these criteria and the associated monitoring information, there can be no evidence-based decision-making on this activity. Perhaps I'm jumping the gun and Council still plans to carry out these stated intentions. If so, here are some suggestions for criteria to identify thresholds of acceptable impacts. 1, the number or proportion of dog owners that fail to comply with off-leash trial conditions. 2, the number of off-leash dogs that enter prohibited areas. 3, the number of undesirable interactions between off-leash dogs and other dogs, humans and terrestrial marine wildlife. 4, elevated levels of dog fecal bacteria in beach sands at the trial area. I'm sure there are others. Happy to discuss these matters further if required. Thank you.
Mr. McDonald, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Dickinson, would you be able to maybe give a quick response to Mr. McDonald? Just very quick, please. We know it's a long night. We brought our sleeping bags.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. So there was quite a lot of material in that last, in the information from Mr. McDonald, but in summary, the information in the RAF outlines a whole bunch of potential risks and proposed mitigation measures as part of that, which includes a number of monitoring items.
Okay, thank you. All right, now down to item 14.3. Mr. Mark Horton. Hang on, you need to turn your light on. That's it, lovely.
I wish to support the intention of Councillor De Luca's
Can you
motion.
speak more into or?
Okay, I wish to support the intention of Councillor De Luca's motion, being that Council expressed concern to all relevant authorities, including the Audit Office of New South Wales, about the important need to recognise concerns about the working conditions and remuneration paid to nurses and midwives at the Northern Beaches Hospital. Now, while public health is not a council matter, I believe the council must take its place as a voice to the New South Wales Government on matters concerning the operation of a hospital that is expected to provide our local community with public surgical, medical and emergency services. I urge Council to actively stand up for the needs of our community, particularly when it comes to key issues like healthcare and other essential government-related matters. As a resident of Northern Beaches, we rely on local leaders to advocate on our behalf, ensuring that our voices are heard in both state and federal discussions. Given that the unique nature of challenges facing our region, including healthcare accessibility and resources, I believe it is crucial that the Council take a proactive stance in supporting our community's needs by working with state and federal governments and speaking out on our behalf. On behalf of our residents, you can help ensure that our area receives the attention and support it deserves. I recently made a submission to the audit of Northern Beaches Hospital. In my submission, I noted the narrow scope of the audit and the fact that it did not take into account the decision of the former New South Wales Government to choose a public-private partnership over a fully funded state-run public hospital. I'm aware that included in my concerns in my submission, I noted the heavy burden carried by nursing and allied health professionals who work in a privately owned for-profit hospital. I'm aware that the original agreement signed by nurses provided for a reasonable nurse-to-patient ratio. This ratio has since been watered down by Healthscope, the hospital operator, and as a consequence places an unacceptable burden, especially on nursing staff. Many of the staff who were employed at the hospital came from Manly and Mona Vale. Most, if you're not aware, have left the hospital, no doubt because of the working conditions. Unfortunately, or is it deliberate, that the current order of the Northern Beaches Hospital is restricted and not permitted to examine the reasons behind the creation of a public-private partnership. It was not by accident that we in the Northern Beaches were saddled with a public-private hospital, the only such hospital in our state. I hope the Council will continue to be a strong and effective advocate for the Northern Beaches, prioritising the well-being of our community in all relevant government matters. It's only through strong representation that the community will receive the best health and hospital services for our area. More importantly, any stand taken by the Council will not increase our rates. It just requires action from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Horton. Nice little dig. Councillor Hackman. Question? No, you turned your light off.
Question for Mr Horton, please.
Very quickly, can you just ask your question, Councillor Hackman?
My question for Mr Horton is, was he involved in the Save the Mona Vale Hospital campaign?
I'm not involved with Save the Mona Vale Hospital campaign because I have my own Facebook page, which has a massive reach. But, I mean, I'd like to see them standing up a lot more. I'm actually a volunteer consumer advisor at Mona Vale Hospital. Now I've taken that on board because I'm able to learn more about what our health services are in the Northern Beaches and the local area health service.
Thank you, Mr Horton. I think you've answered the question. What I wanted to point out and say is a huge thank you to you for your advocacy about healthcare over the years. And I also appreciate that you've advocated to the state government by making that submission to the audit last week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. All right, we're up to item 6, items by exception. Councillors will now move to items by exception, and I ask you to be mindful of whether it is absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. I will also be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to go by exception, and if you wish to call out a nom, please do so when I go through the items very shortly. Councillors, I will now call each item one by one, and you will advise me if you'd like to call the item out. Item 8.1, Northern Beaches Council Discretionary Fund. Item 9.1, review and revocation of various policies. Councillor Dillon. Hang on a second, because this started a bit of a challenge last time.
Can I just ask, just on this,
Yep.
before the commencement of the next year, can we please sort out and be similar to the Parliament's allocation of notices of motion and allocation, whereby staff or the clerks pull out and do a number, and so that every councillor gets an opportunity to have the first call of an item? It just gives fairness and precedence and actually expedites time as well.
Through you to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, could I suggest that you workshop this so that you all have an agreed position on how this is done offline, and then we can come back and we can produce a run sheet accordingly. There's a few different views on this, and I think you ought to workshop it as a group.
Maybe we could have a briefing. Item 9.2, special rates variation, community engagement and productivity journey. I've got Councillor Bingham and Councillor De Luca and Councillor Causey. Item 9.3. Item 11.1, response to the notice of motion, Northern Beaches Surfing Heritage interpretation. Councillor Glanville. 11.2, North Head activation update. 11.3, draft North Narrabeen Reserve. Sorry, you had me so fast, Deputy Mayor. Anyone else? Yes, I got Councillor Causey. Anyone else? 11.4, draft Mona Vale Beach. Councillor Causey. 11.5, response to notice of motion on Freshwater Village safety, traffic maintenance and operational issues.
I'm not calling it out, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question. Surely if one person calls out an item, it then goes for normal debate, so we don't need to record everybody that calls it out?
What I plan to do is, if there's more than one, let all three. Obviously, everyone gets to debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's, I suppose, who gets whatever their addition or change up first. We'll have to work that out. 11.5, so you're not pulling that out? Okay. 11.6, New South Wales Shark Management Plan. We're all in vigorous agreement again. 12.1, planning proposal for 2 Windbourne Road, Brookvale, the tiniest slither known to man. 12.2, dual occupancy minimum lot size. Wow, okay. 13.1, exemption from tendering for the provision of laundry services at Sydney Lakeside Holiday Park. 13.2, proposed classification of land at 32 Rebet Street, Frenchs Forest as operational. 14.1, notice of motion. Review of Council's Administrative Office accommodation and potential property. Okay, so I've got 2 of you. I've got Kristen Glanville and I've got Councillor Hernjack.
Can I just ask a question there? The fact that the notice of motion will go forward, it still would mean that it reverts to the submitting mover,
Yes.
Councillor Hackman.
That would make sense because they've got to put
Thank you.
point forward, and then they can put in their additions or objections or whatever they want to debate. 14.
Can I just, are we not going to automatically deal with each of these motions? The
No,
notices of motion?
it's up to
Sorry,
you to
well,
pull out. Oh, well, it's already been pulled out, so you can join in the debate. 14.2, notice of motion delivering cost of living relief through modern technology. Okay. 14.3, notice of motion Northern Beaches Hospital. Councillor Bingham. 14.4, notice of motion e-bikes and e-scooters. .5 benchmarking report.
I was wanting to call out the e-bike one. Can I confirm we've done that?
Oh, okay. I've got Councillor Glanville then and you.
So it doesn't matter who calls it out. If it's called out, it just goes back to the mover and it's debated.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if someone had called it out.
Right. Okay. 14.5, the benchmarking report. 14.6, Councillor Strategic Planning Weekend. Councillor Causey. Yep. 14.7, notice of motion service reviews. Okay.
Sorry, can I clarify a procedural point? I understand on that motion that the mover had emailed an amendment to governance. What are we resolving? Are we resolving the amended one, or are we resolving what is in the papers?
Yeah, we need the
When
amendment for
when
that
we
one.
get to it, we'll deal with it. It should actually be the original goes up. Whoever the original mover is, if they've got an amendment to their own notice of motion, they can add that then, and then if you want to debate it or change it or add amendments to it, just as we do.
Sorry, I hadn't seen that someone had called it out.
Which one?
I'm talking about 14.7.
Right. Councillor DeLuca's pulled that one out. 17.1.
Sorry, just with the questions on notice, as you know, we can ask questions in relation to them, but I've just got a block question. Is it please possible that the answers to those questions, all of 15, be published before the extraordinary meeting? Because particularly 15.5 to 10 will be relevant to consideration at the special general meeting.
Answer is yes.
Thank you. And then I've also got a question re 16.1 and 16.5.
Okay, just for clarification there, 16.1 and 16.5 will have their answers published. Oh. Oh, okay. 17.1, service review, direct service delivery. Uh, 17.2, hop, skip and jump service. Okay, so I was just going to go on to say that if there are any questions to the business paper, can you let me know answers to the questions? I've kind of
So you
gone to
didn't
that
call,
one.
so Mayor, you didn't
And
call,
now
Mayor, you didn't call out 17.2. You didn't.
Oh, sorry, I thought I did.
No, you just nodded. You didn't.
Oh, sorry, I looked at the both of you and you didn't read my mind, but I saw two hands and thought, two people, yes, side by side.
Can I just confirm, has somebody called out 17.1?
No. Only 17.2.
Oh, okay, I just want to call it out for
You want
questions. Yes,
17.1?
please. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the questions now so that I can see if there are any that need to be pulled out. 16.1, you already, yes? 16.2, Walter Gores, no. 16.3, which was public safety at Manly Wharf, no. 16.4, hotels in R2 zoning. 16.5, infringement notices on Kenneth Road. That was, yes? Yes. Okay. Okay, if we're all finished, and I'll ask the staff to put that on the screen. Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder now? I heard Councillor Robins. Councillor Bingham? All those in favour? Declare that unanimous. Thank you. Okay, item 9.1. I'm not sure who wants to go first out of Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey. Have you spoken to each other? Do you know who wants to say what on 9.1?
I guess I'd like to put up the amendment that I sent through. I know that Councillor Dillon has one as well. The one I sent was on behalf of me and, oh, did you send it through?
I've spoken to Bonnie.
Oh, you've spoken to Bonnie. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
So, yeah, we're
So
happy
you're
to
doing
go
it.
with mine.
Okay, happy to go with yours.
Okay, so it looks like we're putting up Councillor Causey's, Councillor Dillon's version.
We essentially had the same amendment, Miranda, so we
Yes,
just
I
collapsed them.
I kind of think you're in very similar agreement with each other.
Yeah. So
That, in other words, you want to defer one. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment to 9.1 to defer approval of the social media policy at this time, requesting a councillor briefing.
I've got a question. All right, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Is that right, of Councillor Dillon and Causey? Yep. Have we got any questions of the staff? 'Cause
I
I've
do.
already got one.
Yeah.
Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, I want to second my support for deferring the social media policy because I personally looked over it and felt like I hadn't received adequate training and induction, and I would hate to be liable for things that I wasn't even aware of. So, hoping we can pass that and get a bit of a briefing. But my question was actually about the community engagement and strategy policy, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Is it through you, Mayor? Sorry.
Yes. So through the Ms Mackenzie. Councillor Harvey, could you just ask your question?
Yes, I have a few. Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So I understand we're just putting this on exhibition and then it will come back to us and we can sort of workshop it a bit more. But just for my benefit, because this is going to serve us for the next 4 years, if I'm correct, can you sort of speak to the main points of difference or improvements in this comm strategy, please, Kath?
Can I just Councillor Harvey, just make sure that your questions are actually relevant to whether we're having the policy and approving it or not. It almost feels like you're asking for more detail of which we're actually already voting on putting it back to a briefing where the detail is provided, or have I got that wrong? Oh, sorry, community engagement.
I guess my questions were just sort of to clarify, because this is now going to go out to the community and we're going to get feedback on it.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to clarify what we've actually updated into it before we sort of decide to send that out, if that's okay, or if that's appropriate.
Ms Mackenzie.
Through you, Mayor. There have only been some minor changes made. We've done more of a desktop review looking at current policies that are in place with other local government organisations, also working internally. And really the reason we've made few changes is because it was only adopted 2 years ago. It's a requirement of the integrated planning and reporting framework that the new council review the strategy. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to use the exhibition period to further engage with the council and have a briefing with you so that we can seek your feedback directly.
Okay, I'll alter my questions to be more on topic to the exhibition. What processes of distribution are we going to use for this exhibition?
Through you, Mayor. We'll be using council communication channels, so it primarily goes out after this meeting through the Your Say electronic direct mail database to make sure that people who are already engaged with council are firstly aware. Then we use our community electronic direct mails, which we get very high engagement and click-through. Then we also take an approach through social media and also through news stories, media release, and then we'll also be working directly with key stakeholders in the community who we've already been receiving feedback from.
And via your own table here, would this be considered a level one, a level one level of engagement because it's a community strategic plan?
Through you, Mayor, yes, it is considered a level one because it's a policy, but obviously various policies have different levels of impact, which that requires a two-stage approach to engagement, which is why we've already undertaken a review and internal engagement through staff, and the second phase will be this external community feedback.
And can you tell me when we will be doing when and where the one physical information pop-up will be for this, please?
I'll have to come back to you on that. We haven't got into that planning until we've adopted this.
And one more just for my benefit, thank you, is if the community want to get involved and give some feedback on how they can better give us feedback, which seems to be sort of a problem a lot of the time, what sort of feedback would you say is most valuable in guiding, that we should be guiding the community towards at the moment? What are the sort of gaps in our knowledge that we can really use this exhibition to our advantage as a council?
Through you, Mayor, probably one of the areas that we struggle with the most is reaching some of those groups that are hard to reach generally and who are not engaged with council's communication channels. So generally we find the best way to reach those are through direct contact with community leaders. That can be done through some of our cultural groups or some of our smaller groups that generally just aren't on our channels.
Okay, and I'll say one last thing. A large theme within this that I was really concerned about was that we needed to be reaching underrepresented groups, and youth was a new addition to that. So I hope that throughout this exhibition process, we do take adequate steps to try and connect with those groups that we failed to connect with to get their advice on how we can reach them. Because, you know, if this was a policy 2 years ago...
It's a question, you're moving into a statement.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Causey, is it a question?
It's more a statement.
Okay, all right. So if that's the case, then we'll move back to the mover, which was Councillor Dillon. If you could now speak.
Move my amendment.
Okay, so just hold on a moment, Councillor Dillon. Your light's now on. You now turn your light on, Councillor Dillon.
Madam Mayor, speaking to why I think that social media is something that's incredibly important to all of us as individuals and as business people and our businesses. And I think that we need to be aware of the implications of having a separate account for our council, the roles that we play in council, that it's extremely important that we understand the implications of social media, both personally and professionally.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey is the seconder.
Yes, now I'd like to speak mainly to the, I do have a question, about how basically the agenda notes that the policy doesn't apply to personal use of social media. So how do we distinguish personal use and that of council use?
Through you, Mr. CEO.
Through you, Chair. Might I suggest that if the consideration is for the policy to be deferred, that would be a question for another point?
Okay. So I'd actually like to speak on the whole.
Well, you've been invited to speak as a seconder, so
okay,
just
great. Well, I'm actually going to speak mainly about the community engagement strategy. I do believe that the councillors should have an opportunity to review the social media policy because social media is such a powerful way of communicating with the community these days. And as Councillor Harvey pointed out to me earlier today, we don't actually have even anything about TikTok on there, which is the main way of communicating with young people these days. However, regarding the community engagement strategy, I hear a lot of criticism about council's community engagement, so I'm glad to see this policy will go out on public exhibition. However, to avoid a terrible irony, we must ensure the whole community has a chance to engage in discussion of this strategy. Engagement must meet many goals, including transparency and providing access to complex information in areas such as finances and planning. However, given the fact that half of all Australians lack the basic skills needed to read and understand newspapers, books or magazines, it must also be accessible for all members of the community. I believe the main role of council communications should be to provide residents with information rather than act as a vehicle for council PR, and this is something that I think is very important. Surveys should not just be box-ticking exercises, they must be designed to collect as much information as possible rather than force residents into supporting predetermined pathways. The option other is too often missing from questionnaires, and categories are arbitrarily grouped together for responses. And you can see this even on our special rate variation consultation. This type of survey design invalidates results. Where am I? Regarding petitions, it's incredibly disrespectful for the council to treat a petition, particularly a hard copy one, form letter or written response on behalf of a community group as one submission, irrespective of the number of signatories. Community groups carry out a significant amount of community engagement themselves, which can bolster the council's efforts. Their petitions represent many individuals and not some kind of groupthink. At a bare minimum, the number of signatures should be counted and reported. Decisions as to the strength of community feeling on an issue raised in a petition should be left to councillors. Similarly, with submissions to council engagement topics, community groups have a wealth of experience that is represented in their submissions. Another area of concern is the council website. Finding any information on the website is like finding a needle in a haystack. I'd also like to consider a community notice board on the council website to enable local groups to advise residents about events and provide other information.
Thank you, Councillor Causey. Okay, do we have any other councillors who want to speak? Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I had a few observations. I'll go through the shopping list, I guess.
We've gone through I thought we'd move through the questions.
Yeah,
but now, okay.
I'm
Okay,
making
great.
observations.
Great.
With regards to the asbestos management policy and sponsorship policy, I don't object to the contents of these proposed policies, but I did want to observe that it seems that most of the heavy lifting for both of those policies is contained in a separate guideline. That guideline was not provided with the papers, and I think in the future it would be appropriate if that guideline was, because there's aspects of those policies that really only become contextualised or make sense if you read them with the guideline. And so I would ask that when council staff are putting together the papers in the future, can they please provide the guideline if there's circumstances like this where the guideline is really what is doing most of the work and the policies light on. With regards to the social media policy, I'm glad that we've had suggestions of deferring this. In particular, I'm concerned about the provisions relating to the ability for councillors to block people and having to provide warnings and so forth. I think that given that councillors bear primary defamation risk for what is being written on their Facebook walls, and given that although we are public officials, I don't think we should have to put up with abuse. Personally, I don't agree with that proposed provision, and I think that it would be valuable for us as councillors to workshop that. Finally, with regards to the community engagement strategy and policy, I'm supportive of it going on to public exhibition, but I think that the policy and strategy itself, to be honest, need more work. For example, I don't agree with the concept of petitions being considered a single submission. While I would certainly acknowledge that a petition or a form letter may not have the same level of statistical validity in data collection as other collection methods, I still think that they are an important data source for councillors to understand when there have been petitions submitted and the number of signatories, and councillors can decide for themselves how much weight to give a particular petition in the circumstances. I would like to see this policy more carefully embed the principle of co-design with the community, because I think a fairly consistent piece of feedback is that the community feels that they are consulted in a very token way rather than making the decisions together. I'd like to also to work on things like improving the radius of notification letters, using local media, and using...
Thank you, Councillor Glanville. Thank you. Anyone else have anything to add?
Just very briefly, Mayor.
Councillor Grattan.
I agree deferring the social media policy is a good idea. I think from my reading of it, there's a number of significant obligations on councillors, and I think we actually need to understand what they are and how they're going to impact and change practices that we currently use. So thank you for that suggestion. On the community engagement policy, similarly, that also references social media and puts other requirements on staff use within that communications policy. And I think we just need to do a bit of a check that it's consistent with the new social media policy if that hasn't been done already. There are some exceptions in there for staff for using LinkedIn and talking about achievements. For example, it's probably relevant for councillors as well. So it would be good during this public exhibition period if we just do that double check and to make sure there's internal consistency through those policy positions. But happy to support the amended motion.
Okay, anybody else? All right, as the original mover, Councillor Dillon, do you have anything to say?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. We'll put the item to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that unanimous, thank you. Item 9.2. So out of item 9.2, do any of you, out of the three of you, Councillor Bingham, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Cawsey, are either of you moving it as is, or do all of you have amendments?
I have an addition, not an amendment.
Sorry, an addition. You have one addition. You have a whole heap. You have a whole heap of amendments and you have...
I'm happy to move as is, but I will be paying attention to the amendments. So I'll move it as is, but I think...
All right.
Madam Mayor, I actually notified you, as I thought was our previous policy, I notified you about calling this out during the day.
Yes, so because we're trying to do everything very evenly and now I go through everything one by one to see who has put their hand up to pull something out, I'm trying to do it fairer.
Step back. You can do it.
So, but councillor Bingham, why don't we put yours up?
Thanks, Madam.
And foreshadow, I suppose, a second one?
So I just have an addition to the existing motion, a recommendation.
And a seconder is councillor Dillon. Okay, so any questions of the staff while they're reading this?
Yes.
So it looks like the addition is the part that has been bolded.
Can I just ask a
Sorry, just stop for a moment because I can see all your lights on. It is a bit like Christmas here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I've got 6 of you on the go at once that I can see at the moment. Okay, so councillor Bingham is the mover. Oh, sorry, I thought we've already moved on from that. Questions? Oh, you've got 1,000 of them. So, councillor Causey, I've got you up first. So everyone leave your lights off. I've got councillor Causey, councillor Bingham, councillor Harvey, councillor Grattan, councillor Beaujard and councillor De Luca. In that order.
I've just got a point of order in relation to A6, so 2A6. I think that actually presupposes a decision and fetters the discretion of a decision maker. So it says why we still need to apply for a special rate variation. So until we determine the matter in January, we have to keep an open mind on it because the principle of administrative law is that all decision makers must not be fettered and they must keep an open mind to it.
How about we just change the wording slightly?
Yes, so that was the CEO's suggestion. So instead of maybe the word why, we use the word whether. Yep. Okay, councillor Bingham, you're happy with that? Councillor Dillon, you're happy with those words? Okay. Councillor Causey?
Okay, so are we asking questions just about the amendment or about the whole thing?
What you're reading in front of you.
All right, so first of all, these questions are coming from a resident who emailed, I think, a number of councillors. I'm just wondering, question to staff through you, Mayor, how can we ensure that Northern Beaches Council's processes on surveying residents regarding the rate hikes are true and transparent?
Through you, Chair. Sorry, could I ask the councillor to repeat the question?
Yeah, I think the question was a bit lost.
Okay, how can we guarantee that the sorry, now I've lost it. Okay, how can we ensure that Northern Beaches Council's process on surveying residents about the rate hikes or proposed rate hikes is, we'll just say, transparent?
Through you, Chair. The same as any engagement we do, we will be compiling all the information and feedback, surveys, sentiment from the residents that are involved in any of the many ways of this engagement process. And we will be briefing councillors, and then if councillors resolve to hold a extraordinary meeting, we'd be putting a comprehensive report to that meeting, which would be on the public record.
Okay, and then I've just got a couple of others. how will staff collect and process the feedback from the multiple different forms of consultation?
Through you, Mayor. The data is being collected and stored in accordance with the usual privacy practices. It goes through a phased approach of reviewing the thematic issues, topics, etc., and it is cross-checked. Most submissions that we generally receive across all projects will have multiple issues within them. So you might say that you've received X number of submissions, but they may have raised several points in them, so they're coded accordingly. All of the data is being collected, which we've presented in the report here for you tonight. So we look at the number of submissions, the metrics across social media, website, click-throughs on the calculator. We also, to your other question, just regarding transparency, this project, as it was aimed to reach and understand the views of our residents and ratepayers, has a registration process, which generally can be considered a deterrent, but in this situation, the take-up shows that hasn't been the case, and we're able to cross-check that against postcodes and truly understand the breadth of reach of the project.
Okay, and will there be, if these rate rises were to go ahead, will there be some form of allowance for people on lower incomes or who can't afford, the higher level of rates?
Through you, Chair. Yes, our hardship provisions enable us to support any residents that contact us that need to look at deferring payments or making instalment plans. So we'd be encouraging people, and if a rate rise was to be approved at a point in time, certainly we'd be looking at our communications in advance of that to make sure the broader community are aware of the provisions we have to support them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bingham, I had you up next, but you're not a question. Councillor Harvey, I think I had you up next.
Thank you. Hi. Through you, Mayor, I'm just curious. I'm trying to envision what sort of form that the data is going to come back to us in. If it's not fully representative or it's not going to be statistical, which is what I believe you sent to me earlier today, Kath, I'm just trying to understand how we're going to receive that final sentiment and what that's going to look like.
Through you, Chair, I might start and then refer to the Executive Manager. So when we provide the information, it's based on the people who have chosen to respond in any one of the many means that we've put out. So it doesn't necessarily mean it is statistically valid, the same as any local government engagement. It's not the same as a targeted survey that covers all groups. This is about making awareness, and as many people who may like to be involved and engage with us do so, but our campaign is to attract all the community. Ultimately, the results, so to speak, or the feedback we have and the sentiment that we have that we would present to in January is only reflective of those who have chosen to participate.
Do you want to add anything to that?
Hang on, the lights are, too many lights are on. Could you turn
register
yours
again.
off, Councillor Causey?
Can I just put...
Sorry, we're still on Councillor Harvey, and then we've got a whole heap of other people asking questions. Sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, as I mentioned previously, it's grouped thematically so that we can present clearly what those issues and themes are.
But there won't be any sort of numbers or proportion sort of assigned to that. It will just be qualitative purely, no.
Through you, Mayor, sometimes we do and we can look at a percentage of respondents that may have raised that issue. So if that helps to provide some clarity for you, but we really encourage that when you're looking at community engagement reports, we look at it in terms of sentiment and not a numbers game, if that makes
Got
sense.
you. Couple more quick questions, if that's okay, sir. I'll try and be quick. So if awareness and opportunity to provide feedback is our goal for this SRV, what sort of evaluations are we doing to, to test a random sample of the population and make sure that they were reached by some form of communications? Because it's very impressive, the stats of the clicks, and obviously our physical pop-ups are reaching lots of people, that's great, but I am really interested if that's something that we will be identifying for this, specifically because it is something that we want to be identifying gaps in our reach as per the COM strategy. So,
Through you, Chair, the short answer is that we are not and we don't. That's not a part of local government engagement in terms of trying to make statistically valid analysis of the data of our community members who choose to engage with us.
one final question then. Are there any particular efforts that we are going to reach people that we have identified as being underrepresented, e.g. youth, people living with disabilities, people with English not as their first language?
Through you, Mayor, we're working with our council teams, particularly community development, etc., to help us get those direct communications out, and we'll be focusing on that in the next couple of weeks especially.
But to my prior question, we wouldn't know if we didn't really reach those people.
So we have quantitative data when it talks about our emails out or the number of people that attend an event, but how many people we might have got the message to that said, great, but I'm not going or I'm not further interested, we obviously can't report on. So we can tell you the number and breadth of ways we've reached out to people, but we can't give you the stats of who's decided, who's seen it and been aware but decided not to participate in the engagement.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of how we're ever going to evaluate comms if we
Councillor
don't evaluate
Grattan,
comms.
you had a question?
Yes, and I've got a number of
Could
questions.
you turn your light off, Councillor Harvey? Sorry, thank you.
And I think this is relevant to what was raised earlier by one of our speakers, Ms Gastrol. I'm aware that the Standing Committee on State Development recently released their report on the ability of local governments to fund infrastructure and services. I was wondering through you, Mayor, whether we can hear about what are the key points that they found in relation to councils and the rate peg system.
Through the CEO to...
Mr Jones.
No, I just wasn't even sure. Mr Jones? Or whether it was going down the other end to Ms Kelly.
Through you, Mayor Hines. The New South Wales Parliamentary Inquiry on local government, the inquiry found the fiscal discipline alone won't solve the financial challenges that councils are currently grappling with. The challenges are threatening the long-term financial sustainability of the sector. The inquiry reported about 17 recommendations. The key recommendations aimed at improving financial sustainability, flexibility, fairness within the council financing. They included looking at the reviewing of rate structures, enhancing rate setting flexibility, address the issues along the lines of cost shifting, as we discussed before, fee limitations, the revising of the grants, disaster recovery funding, and also looking at updating development contribution frameworks.
And so what does it mean for councils across New South Wales?
Through you, Mayor Hines. The report effectively at the moment is now being referred to the New South Wales Government, and the recommendations will be assessed. They've got 3 months to do that.
3 months. And is this the only investigation about financial issues facing local government sector? What other investigations have there been and what were their findings?
There has been other inquiries. The federal government also conducted their own inquiry into the fiscal or the financial sustainability across Australia. The New South Wales government conducted inquiries into the issues around natural disasters and the rural fire services as well. This also follows a report from IPART back in August 23, which detailed or called on New South Wales governments to initiate the investigations in the financial modelling for councils.
So clearly a thoroughly well investigated issue. Do we think the state government have, from all of these reports, understood what position councils are in and the level of difficulty in remaining financially sustainable in this current environment.
Through you, Mayor Hines. Absolutely. They've been very proactive, and we've been proactive as well as a council in the representation that we've given to the inquiries through our CFO. The inquiries and the witnesses have all made submissions along the lines of the financial sustainability of local government, and we are pleasing to see that some of the issues, or many of the issues raised by councils themselves, have now found their way into some of the recommendations.
Great. And last question, with your indulgence, Mayor. We heard also earlier about cost shifting onto local government, and we've got a clear part in our accounts, and I was just wondering if we could remind ourselves, how much does council pay to the New South Wales government annually, and then subsequently, is this paid out directly? Do we actually physically transfer the cash, or are funds held in trust to be offset for other purposes?
Where's the CFO when you need one?
Oh, she's not here.
Through you, Chair, the process of which it's managed, I will need to understand on the government side, but certainly we make payments. Yes, there we go, just out of the blue. Certainly we make payments to the government that come straight out of, as the CEO mentioned before, about a third of a portion of the rates notice is actually things that are levies and charges from the state government that go back through to them, but our CFO may be able to articulate that better than I.
Good to see you there, Ms Foley.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I can answer that a little bit. So we do pay cash out to the state government for those different charges. They account to just under $379 per ratepayer. So as the CEO mentioned earlier, it's really a third of the rates is going back to the government for these charges. The highest here at council is the Emergency Services Levy. We pay the highest levy of any council in New South Wales, and that's $9 million a year, and we pay it in 4 quarterly instalments.
Nice to see you. It looks like you're in a beautiful sunny area there. Maybe on the northern beaches. Councillor Beaujard, you were down next as having a question.
Woohoo, thank you, Mayor. Question to staff. We're getting all these questions from residents, and we're seeing some of them here in this amendment. What have we done to tighten our belts? What are the cost savings? As far as I'm concerned, it's all really contained in the productivity journey and improvement plan, which I know is not only in here, but also on the Your Say website. Can I get an idea of, given people who visited the website, how many people have downloaded that document? I'm not going to know how many have read it, but how many people have actually downloaded that document?
Through you, Mayor, I'll have to come back to you with that actual statistic. We do know that visitation to the site from unique visitors is in excess of 12,000, which is a really healthy level of visitation. We also know the dwell time is significant, so that would indicate that they're spending some time to navigate the page and the content. And we also know of that as we last reported, over 2,500 submissions have been lodged, and we've had, I think this week, reached probably, and I think the CFO can confirm this, some 9,000 users of the calculator.
So just less than 1% of residents have provided a submission. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, you were next.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question is directed to the CEO. In relation to Clause 2, noting that Council has received correspondence maintaining from residents that the consultation process is skewed and predetermined and biased, will Clause 2 prevent Council from providing contrary information and information sought by residents in relation to cost cutting and other documents?
So, Madam Mayor, just the last part of the question again.
So will this
yes.
resolution prevent Council noting that there's even a GIPA application presently in by one resident, will this, number 2, prevent council providing a contrary argument or contrary information to why we shouldn't have a special rate variation?
Madam Mayor, it is the advice of staff that council needs to consider an SRV for reasons that we have set out both in our reports and our briefings to you. It is staff's advice for council to go and have the conversation about those options and what the implications of those options would be. So it's not a case of we are putting a contrary case for or against a rate variation. It is staff's role to provide you with the information so that you can then make an informed decision as to whether you believe it to be in the community's interest to proceed with a special variation or not. You will be aided at your January extraordinary meeting, should you resolve to hold one, with the community feedback and the staff advice in respect of the implications of that feedback. In other words, does that feedback support the evidence or not? And if not, then the setting out the reasons why. So we can't set out a for and against. What we can do is say it is our professional advice for council to consider an SRV for these reasons.
My next question's directed through the CEO to Ms Foley. I note recent emails from a particular constituent who has asked what seems to be very relevant questions for financial information, and yet that constituent has been told they have to apply via GIPA. A, why was he told that he has to apply for this information via GIPA, and will that GIPA application be determined before the extraordinary general meeting in January?
Through to the
through
CEO.
you. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Foley. Oh, sorry, Councillor Foley. I've
She
really
got
said
promoted.
it now. Oh. We never want you as a councillor, Caroline. We definitely need you as a CFO. Ms Foley, could you please help with the answer?
Thank you. My understanding from that customer, they're looking for some quite detailed information from council. And so our process here is that when a customer is looking for that level of information, we have a mechanism for them to request that. And that's through that GIPA application process. And we will definitely get back to that customer well before the submission due date closes.
And I'm not asking you to predetermine the application, but is it more than likely that that information that's been sought by the constituent will be provided?
So parts of the request we have available, other parts, the organisation doesn't prepare 10-year financial plans at that sort of service level detail that the customer is looking for. So we'll see if we can provide some information that helps them understand what we do here at council. And we've also been assisting with giving things like access to the asset management plan that the council adopted back in July. It's a couple of 100 pages, but it does really explain a lot of this unfunded gap we have, particularly in maintenance and looking after the assets we already have here at council.
Thanks. My next question is, if council does determine to proceed with the application to IPART, will all submissions received by council be forwarded to IPART?
Through you, Chair. At the moment, the way we're pulling information together will be guided by IPART on their requirements. The information we've found to date suggests that we provide a summation narrative and that they will come back to us if they're looking for further detail or information, as opposed to automatically requesting or requiring within their application to have a verbatim copy of all communication.
And then 3, has there been any indication as to when the Standing Committee's report and recommendations will be determined by the government?
Through you, Chair. So the previously mentioned inquiry, so they've suggested within 3 months that they will respond to the 17 recommendations that the council staff mentioned before. We haven't heard further advice since that.
Thank you.
No more questions?
I do.
Nope. No, I've got more questions in my list. I was just checking with Councillor De Luca. Councillor Williams, I saw your light on. Was it for a question?
Through you, Mayor, to the CEO. Is it not true that we did conduct a very thorough, investigation into the community's opinions about all things? It was called an election. And are we not representative to make these sort of decisions on their behalf?
Don't know if that's a question the CEO could actually answer. But just, I'll take that as a thought, perhaps. Councillor Hackman. No, you had your light on, that's it.
I think through the notices of motion today, I've expressed some of the things that I'd like to see happen. And in this stage, what I wanted to ask of staff particularly just reflects a question that I've had from the community about the Have Your Say process. Through you, Mayor, would it be okay to clarify why there's a date of birth field on that feedback page?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, unfortunately I did try to have that removed and it's hardwired into the platform that we've currently procured. So we are talking to them about why that data's necessary when we're a strong advocate, don't collect what you don't need and that you aren't going to use.
And through you, Mayor, would it be okay just to clarify the privacy of that date of birth data is going to be protected?
Through you, yes, the platform that we use has an encryption process in that it's stored and we've got very strict controls around the movement of any data, and once it's converted from that site into the spreadsheets, we go through a redaction process where it's not visible to anybody in the organisation.
Thank you so much, Mrs Mackenzie. And I just wanted to say a thank you to Councillor Bingham and Councillor Dillon for reflecting what our community are asking for. I appreciate it.
Okay, we're still on questions. Anyone have any? Councillor Causey, you've already asked questions.
Yes, I have. I've got 2 more. One of them I don't know if you'll be able to answer, but through you, Mayor, to the staff, I've had a resident ask how much has been spent on the community engagement for this SRV proposal, and what will be spent in total?
Through the CEO too.
The estimate of the...
No, it needs to be closer, Mark. Yeah.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. The estimate for the engagement was, I do recall in the first report that went to council, I think it was approximately 104,000, but I would have to clarify that.
Yep.
Yeah.
100. Could we check that, please?
Through you, Chair, yes, as our staff referred to, that was the minimum cost for an all resident mail out, but we've also got associated costs with the drop-in session, the Have Your Say and the other mechanisms, which we estimated could cost up to 200,000, but the figure quoted is what the mail out, which went out several weeks ago, has already been expended.
So estimate of 200k. And the other thing I just noticed before on the in the papers, the media briefings, we had an attendance of 3. I mean, the Northern Beaches has quite a number more media outfits. I'm just wondering why do you think we only had 3? How were they notified? Is it possible to say who they were?
Through Ms Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. Without going into exact details, unfortunately, somebody did take ill and couldn't attend that morning. Another representative sent I guess that's the right phrase, an AI bot that does a recording and then provides them with a transcript. It's becoming more commonly used where people are busy and don't have time, so they use an AI bot to actually attend on their behalf, and it provides them with a transcript. And then there's a follow-up process. So the journalist came back to us after that because obviously some interpretations by the AI bot are a little bit confused, and particularly when we're talking about quite technical terminology. So we provide one-on-one briefings. So whilst that was an invitation to all, we provided several one-on-one briefings and subsequent follow-up to questions and further media inquiries that are still continuing.
And so can you tell us then how many one-on-one briefings you've had with the media?
Through you, Mayor, I would have to come back to you with an exact detail because media requests come in every day and we're receiving multiple questions, sometimes small, sometimes large. So I'm happy to come back to you.
Okay, I guess what I'm interested in coming back with is how many, face-to-face briefings you've had with either individuals or, individual members of the media. Thanks.
Okay, so I think we'll just move on. If there's no other questions, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, can I request that we have a break before we start debate? I mean,
I'm trying to get through it so we can then have a break.
I suspect the debate is going to be quite long, particularly as Councillor De Luca also has an amendment that he wants to make, and we've been going since 6 o'clock, and I think we'll probably go a lot longer. So I move a procedural motion that we have a break at this time.
Okay.
10 minutes.
All right, a procedural motion that we have a break for 10 minutes. All those in favour? Do we have anyone against?
Could I just clarify if I'll be able to ask my questions after we return?
Of course you will, Councillor Hernjack. I try to keep everyone in the order that I get them. Okay, so declare a 10-minute break and see you back at 8:41. where Councillor Hernjack was about to ask a question.
Thanks, Mayor. So I would just like to check through you, Mayor, to staff if there's currently enough money allocated in the consultation budget for another video explanation.
Good question.
Through you, Mayor, yes, we're currently working on another video production to try to achieve those goals.
Thank you. And could I ask, based on the initial video, how much we might expect for this explainer video to cost?
Through you, Mayor, I'm actually waiting for a quote to come back, but it won't be a graphic, which the other one was. It will be a simpler, faster turnaround. So I haven't got that quote yet.
And could I ask for the animated video, how much it cost to produce that one?
Through you, Mayor, I'm pretty sure that in the budget that we'd put forward and that we got it for around 10,000, 10 to 12,000.
Okay, great. And my last two questions. 2nd of December, we were up to almost 2,500 submissions. Do you know what the latest figure is?
Through you, Mayor Hines. Effectively, as of today, it's approximately over 3,000 submissions, which is about 2,700 surveys and almost over 300 actual email submissions.
Thank you. And final question, how does the consultation team determine if it's a young person, for example, who's made a submission? Would it be through the date of birth verification, or is there another sort of strategy to determine that?
Through you, Mayor. The date of birth is only required on the registration process for the submission, not in the actual submission, because it's not statistical data, representative data that we're seeking through this project. When we're looking for that, you have to set out all of those parameters at the outset.
Councillor Glanville, questions?
Sorry, will we be seeking feedback specifically from the YAG and in what format?
Through you, Mayor, my understanding is I think the YAG is not meeting again in this period, but I'll work with the community development team to get direct emails out to all of those representatives so we can encourage submissions before the middle of January.
Might I suggest we implement that as standard, given that the whole point of having a YAG is to ensure that we are hearing youth feedback?
Through you, Mayor, yes, and we'll endeavour to also make representation where we get the timing to as well, so we can have that face-to-face engagement.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, questions?
Yes, thank you. Just in relation to 2A to I of the motion, is that factually correct, considering the advice tonight of the gentleman earlier in public forum and the very fact that in the documents published by council, is it actually correct that there have been staff reductions? Because clearly the information that has been provided on council's website is that staff have increased over the last 4 years by 14.7%, and it looks as if since amalgamation it has increased by significantly more than that. So if there haven't been staff reductions, how can that be in there?
Through you, Chair, yes, there have been staff reductions since amalgamation, that's correct.
However, does that then contrast with the increases?
So I might suggest that there are different pieces of data out and about at different points in time, because the staff and the FTE has been measured at different points. But if we're talking about amalgamation to today, then staffing has come down in dollar figures and the number of headcount. And types of information like that are the types of things that we could put here to make it clear. If somebody's read that there was an increase in this period of time, but a decrease here, we can talk categorically to that one.
So in relation to the statement by the Speaker in public forum, that when I asked that question and it couldn't be answered, whether it was correct that prior to amalgamation, the total staffing costs were only, of all three councils, 308 million, and yet now they are 390 million since amalgamation.
Through you,
Can I
Chair, I won't, I'll defer to the CFO in a minute. I won't make comment on any speakers' numbers or calculations, nor have I referenced what absolute figures were in terms of the costs then, but there has been a dollar saving and a reduction in headcount since the amalgamation.
I do, hang on. No, that's not correct. They have been actually increased. So with question on notice that I've submitted later in the agenda, if that comes back that there has indeed been increases, how can that proceed?
Through you, Chair, I can only reiterate that there has been a reduction, a cost saving and a reduction in the headcount. If the council is of a mind to change the wording in point I to give a level of comfort on what available data we put into this, then we obviously would not object, but we have no issue with the wording as it stands.
Okay, so could you please advise then what has been the staff reduction since amalgamation and what has then been the cost savings, the total amount of costs saved by those reductions? How many positions have either been abolished or retrenched?
So it's approximately, and I will add that this is not an absolute figure, so we've had more reductions but also offset it by frontline services. But my understanding, I think, is about $2.8 million or about 28 FTE on average.
Ms. Foley?
Yes.
Could you, I'm being told you're trying to grab our attention.
I'm sorry, if I could just assist with that. I think it's very important that people understand when they look back at the last set of financial statements of the former councils, the merger happened on the 12th of May. Their financial statements are to the 12th of May. It's not a full financial year. So when you're looking at employee costs there, you have to annualise them to really compare them. We have done that exercise ourselves here at council. And we know if we just look at what the three former councils were paying together, summed up in 15-16 as an annualised number, it would have been $122 million. If I just load on top of that just the award increases and the super increase, today, or as at 30 June, their last set of financial statements would have shown employee costs of $159.5 million. For this council, if I exclude the cost of implementing our new system at the moment, our employee costs were $158.5 million. That's $1 million less. And I think it's important to also note that the council now, compared to those previous councils, runs a whole lot of different services. So we now have brought in-house the Visitor Information Centre, we have a new preschool, we have expanded programs at our aquatic centres, lots of things that are funded by fees and grants that those former councils didn't have, and they're in that number as well, and we're still $1 million lower.
Thanks, Ms. Foley. Just in relation then to the actual figures published in the Council's delivery plan, whereby it clearly states 2021 to 2022, 1,246.5 full-time employees. 2022-2023, 1,265 employees. 2023-24, 1,283. And then for 2024-25, 1,301.6.
So they're the budget numbers you're referring to there?
Yep.
For just those periods of time. So a lot of work was done in the first few years, the first 4 years of the council to achieve some of those savings. What has happened, I think it was about 2 years ago, we opened up a new preschool, which obviously increased the FTE. And one of the biggest things that's happened in the last 18 months is we're currently replacing the core systems here at council. So that is involving setting up a project team, a temporary project team, and you're seeing those numbers in our FTE.
Thank you.
But it's only temporary.
And so in relation to executive general managers, for example, has there been an increase in the last 12 months of executive general managers? And if so, by how many?
You're referring to directors?
No,
There's been a
no,
reduction
executive
one.
general managers and managers. So not
as a group?
directors. Yep.
I believe there has been a slight reduction. We will get those answers to you that you've asked in your question or notice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before I go to the mover? Okay, Councillor Bingham.
Okay. First of all, Madam Mayor, I really want to congratulate the staff on the community engagement so far. It was an enormous undertaking and one that has been done very professionally and thoroughly handled, so well done. I wanted to see what was available to the community and how it was explained to them. So I went on the website and I went to the Funding Our Future page, and I found that the video was excellent and so was the general material. And I spent about an hour going through the material, and there was a lot of it. Reports, policies that had links to reports, hundreds of pages, and it was all there if you had the time and the interest to read through it. I did the calculator for my address, and that worked very well. And it was quite by accident that I scrolled down to the bottom of the page and found the section called Our Work to Find Savings. That's what I wanted. But alas, another report with lots of graphs and tables. So the point is, the council has done the work. We have saved millions consolidating staff, finding productivity gains, merger savings. In fact, $26 million a year in merger savings alone. And yet, many of our community are still saying, yes, but what has council doing to tighten its belt? They waste so much money on major projects and unnecessary staff. And in fact, we heard a lot of that tonight. Everyone has an idea of how they think we should save money, but often they don't know the facts. For example, we're always hearing about all the major projects and the money that council wastes on major projects. They're not aware that we actually apply for community grants to do that. And of course, the amalgamation savings, where have they gone? So as a next step in the process, I would like to see a message that simply focuses on what is it that we've done and what is it that we need in the future. In other words, how have we tightened our belts? What have we done to save money? So, and a further video and a one-page summary in bullet points, I think, is needed just to simply answer these questions. Generally, I'm finding that naturally people don't want to pay any more in rates until the reason why is explained to them. We have to do all we can to ensure that our community is well informed. And I think a simple one-page summary with bullet points as to actually what we have done to tighten our belts will go a long way to resolve this issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dillon, is there anything you want to add as a seconder before we invite other councillors into debate?
Yes, Mayor. I think it's really important that people understand what people are saying out there and what people really want to know. And in a nutshell, it is this is what we need from us or from council, and this is what we've done. Because people don't understand what we've achieved or what council has achieved. And it's really important that they do understand, or else they'll continue to complain and bang on with their thunder. So just a simple one-pager and an extra video would be extraordinary. I've actually enjoyed working with Councillor Bingham on this. It's been a great experience. So, but this piece can also go to people that quite possibly it can be done to reach people who do not use technology or social media, and this is really important because, as was highlighted to Councillor Beaujard earlier, we've only received a 1 point whatever % response. So, yeah, I'm happy to support Candy on this one. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have an amendment.
Okay, I also have councillor Grattan down as well before you. Could you just pause for a moment? Great. And I can't see anyone else. Sorry, councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to endorse this amendment, and I thank Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon for pulling this together. We have had so much information. We've spent weekends before the election and after, and more recently, trawling through this material. We're pretty familiar with it and now understand. We've had the opportunity to read the reports and so forth. So I'll just tell you a story about sort of on the weekend. We're at a family function, family member, and of course, like any good dinner party, the conversation of potential rate rises comes up. And this family member won't have time to wade through reports, doesn't have time to look at the council website, doesn't even have time for drop-ins, multiple children, couple of jobs, small business on the side. They're just trying to make ends meet and pay the mortgage. And she said to me, look, I just can't afford a $750 rate rise. And I said, $750, it's not going to be anything like that. And she'd been getting her information just through the Instagram scrolling and the Facebook groups that are talking about all of these things, what we heard tonight. A lot of people very passionate and just throwing numbers out. And that becomes the facts in their mind. And so with the fabulous rate calculator that we have, I just sat down and let's just have a look and see what it is for your property. $173 increase. That's a completely different story. Oh, we can afford that. At $750, they were, that's the last activity. Now the kids can't do that either. It was really worrying them. So I think something simple, something that can be shared easily on social media, that gets across eyeballs and helps provide that high-level overview of which is difficult to do, right? It's always harder to do something short and to the point than providing all of the detailed information. And I just think there's a lot of people in our community that just don't have the time to do the deep dive with us. And so how can we tell this story really succinctly? And I think a person telling the story does really help. So I think it will... I think this will assist in trying to, that lower information resident to understand what is actually going on rather than what's being talked about on Facebook.
Okay. Councillor De Luca, you were next.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I have an amendment which was sent to governance. And I'm happy to include Councillor Bingham's clause as clause 5 to be inclusive.
Councillor Bingham, are you happy with that?
I'm moving it as an amendment anyway, so it doesn't. I'm moving it as an amendment.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect, sorry.
Okay.
Apologies, sorry, Councillor Causey. Yep. Okay.
We haven't voted on
no.
To your amendment. Can you do that?
Mine was an addition.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. So Councillor Bingham's was an addition, and then we have Councillor
So
De Luca now.
Councillor
is
Bingham's
now
was
putting-
actually a motion.
Yep.
Mine is an amendment to her motion.
Yep.
And I have included her clause 2 as clause 5. So my amendment, in addition to what is in the report, is highlighted there to ensure proper governance, transparency and the opportunity for all councillors to have balanced information to properly consider whether or not to approve an application for a special rate variation, the CEO be requested. So it goes from there, Miranda, 3 and then 4.
Which kind of Oh, I won't say it at the
Yes,
moment.
I'll get there.
I'll wait until we get to the end.
I'm just concerned, Madam Mayor, that in actual...
Hang on, we haven't even debated it. So can we just have a seconder, if there is one, and then we go to debate?
Councillor Hearn-Jack. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. In moving this motion, I acknowledge the contributions of Councillor Hackman and Councillor Robins with their notices of motion. However, our community, from the feedback I have received, that will be all too late. We need that information as well as that outlined in clause A, B and C prior to determining the matter in January. As one speaker said earlier, and it's something that we must always have paramount to any consideration in this chamber, that we must make decisions, evidence-based decision-making to ensure good governance. My concern with the motion, the original recommendation, then Councillor Bingham's motion, is if we go in January to the meeting without this information fully outlined to us, we are missing an opportunity to make real change, and we are also not ensuring transparency and good governance. It is overwhelmingly clear from our community that they want this information and they want action taken that could avert the various options that propose rate increases. In any event, as we have seen from the notices of motion tonight, regardless, unless option 4 were to be actually adopted subsequently, you will still have to find money, and a lot of it, to continue with council matters. So this gives us a transparent way, and it gives the CEO ultimate discretion at C. Any other cost-cutting opportunities the CEO thinks fit for us to consider before we vote to make an application currently before us to determine in January. This is good governance, it's transparency, it is what the community has asked for continuously in emails and correspondence, and I don't think that it is a hard ask for this to be provided, and the CEO has confirmed previously he can provide this information. So what have we got to hide in pursuing this information?
Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Causey.
Look, I think it's very hard not to support this amendment because the community does want information. My concern about it is that it will potentially give the impression that we can announce cuts for this, that and some other thing before we have to make a decision on this SRV, the special rate variation, which we can't. That they will be budgetary decisions that won't come up until at least the middle of next year. I'm also concerned that it doesn't actually highlight the number of assets that we have that are in a very poor condition. And I asked staff for a listing of those assets, and there's something like 130 pages of them, so that it doesn't give the public a sense of the urgency for making up that $24 million that's missing. We've already had information from the staff going back to last March about even if we cut, staffing and we cut, there were various other things, it will not come anywhere near touching the need for that $24 million. So to a certain extent, I think that it's almost sort of giving a false promise to the community that we'll look at all these things, but they won't. The scale of the cuts that we could make as a result of this motion, I don't think are going to be significant enough to really go very far in touching what the amount of money that is needed to fund this council at the level it is now, which, you know, the staff have advised us means that we're running down assets, which is one of my major concerns. So we have to listen to the community, and I'm all for providing for transparency and providing the community with as much information as possible. But and I will support this amendment, but I'm also concerned about the fact that it will potentially raise false hope amongst community members that you know, we may be able to find millions of dollars that I don't think we will, unless we start selling off assets, which I don't think is in the interest of the community.
Councillor Bingham, we were kind of waiting for an answer from you before you got cut off, that's all. I'm coming back to you before I'm going to Councillor Glanville.
Well, I'm actually...
Or would you rather
I'm
wait?
actually proposing to debate.
Okay. Questions?
No, debate, sorry.
No? Okay. All right, so back
Sorry,
to
one
the mover.
question. Sorry.
Oh, Councillor Grattan.
And I was wondering if Councillor De Luca, in item 4, we're talking about the grant funding, whether we could also write about the 17 recommendations from the Standing Committee on State Development regarding the findings of the financial sustainability of councils, and encourage them to adopt the recommendations of the committee.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Can governance work out how to add those words in? Thank you, Ms Loveridge.
I have a question.
Do you support that, Councillor Hernjack? Right, while we're waiting on the agreement of whether those words are okay, with Councillor De Luca and Councillor Glanville, I think you were up next. Questions? Debate.
The question.
Okay, Councillor Hackman, sorry, I thought you were going to be... I've got you all in a list, that's all.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question through you to Councillor De Luca. Councillor De Luca, with respect to Councillor Causey's request or mention about the asset register, the asset maintenance register, how would you feel about including under your point 3, also being provided with the current list of the asset register? I know we have it already, but it's, yes, it's on my bedside table as well. Thank you, Councillor Beaujard. But would you be okay with that? Because I think it is an important part of the puzzle.
As you'll note from the agenda, in questions on notice, that was my request, that we receive a full list of all operational land in the council area. And I also had correspondence with Ms Debney. As you know, there's a register on council's website, but it is so cumbersome, and unless you know the actual address, you can't find it. So I understand that our efficient I should say manager of, what's her title? What's Christy Debney's title?
Executive Manager of Property.
Someone needs it to...
The very efficient Executive Manager of Property has said that work is already being undertaken.
Okay, just in the interest of governance, to make sure that it's publicly visible that we are actually reviewing that and a link gets sent, would you consider just including it under point 3?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor De Luca, back to you to speak. You've already spoken?
I'm
Sorry.
happy to speak again.
I probably need another cup of tea. Okay, so the moving into debate, then I'm going back to Councillor Bingham. Do you want to say anything extra on this before I move to Councillor Glanville?
Actually, I do have a question. So how will this affect...
No, we're past questions now.
Oh, okay.
We're into debate now.
I'm just wondering how it will affect the motions that we have coming up, which are pretty well repeating basically what Councillor De Luca has requested. And if in fact, if we can get the CEO's undertaking that the motions will be responded to in time for us to view the information before we have to vote on the rate rise, potential rate rise, whether this in fact repeats what the motions are saying.
My intention was that this supersedes it.
Yep.
I've included Councillor Hackman's motion bar changing the time, Councillor Robin's motion changing the time. That's all.
Okay, so Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I'll speak in favour of the proposed amendment, but I did want to say that my position on that reflects that I have seen the social media commentary, and I think that some of the points raised in this are things that the information that the community is asked, and it may be that, as Councillor Causey says, doing some of these things would not fully cover the extent of shortfall, but I think that it's information that the community is asking for, and there's frankly a lot of misinformation out there, and so the more that we can provide or have the benefit of accurate information on these things. I would say I'm not necessarily in favour of rationalising our property assets in the sense of selling them out, but certainly I think there's a lot of our property assets that we are underutilising that, for example, rather than a sale of those assets, we could be achieving commercial rents for them. But I think as part of this task, we would identify properties that are surplus to needs and could at that time consider whether we could be achieving commercial rents for them. So I wouldn't press for a changing of the wording. Separately, I wanted to make a couple of observations. Firstly, I am a little bit concerned that we are spending have spent $104,000 on consultation to obtain data that isn't really statistically valid as to sentiment. I understand that the goal is awareness raising, but I am concerned that it's a lot of money to spend to give us information that is has no statistical validity really, that is something I wish that we could consider in the future, how we might, for example, mix data sets so that we have, even if it's I think as important as this, having at least one data point that has some validity to it, even if it's a much smaller sample than the more thematic-based feedback given through substantive comments. Secondly, I do want to clarify, a previous speaker spoke of a rate rise being in the order of $150. I did want to clarify that people should look up for their individual property what that should be, because it is based on the underlying land value. For example, on my residential apartment, it would be a $500 cumulative increase for option 4. For my parents' home, it would be a cumulative increase of $750 a year. We don't live in waterfront properties, to clarify, so I would encourage people to look up for their specific property what the rate rise would mean for them.
Thank you. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm going to speak in favour of this because more information is better than less. But I really wanted to make the point that I'm really disappointed in the 15 of us. I think part of our civic duty is to look at facts and convey them to the electorate in a truthful and honest way. And by looking at social media, I'm not sure that's happening. Since performing my affirmation of office, I've attended 17 out of 18 briefings. That doesn't come without cost to my family, and it doesn't come without cost to the job I do as a normal day job. But I'm doing that because I think I have a civic duty under the Local Government Act to be informed and be able to maintain and continue with my requirements. I've read a ton of documents. I've read every annual report since we actually amalgamated. I've read all the documents provided here, including the preliminary productivity journey, and I've attended briefing after briefing after briefing on it, including a full day of mandatory briefing that was attended by the CFO, the CEO, and a bunch of staff. And in doing all of that, let me be clear, there's no conspiracy here. This proposal's not a hidden agenda. It's actually the result of meticulous planning, rigorous analysis, and open consultation from the staff. It's all about securing the future of our parks, stormwater, libraries, roads, and our essential services. Building a strong community is far harder than tearing it down. Building requires collaboration, trust, and vision, while breaking it apart just requires a few careless words. We can't afford to let misinformation or political gamesmanship undermine the collective progress we've all worked so hard to achieve. This special rate variation ensures our community can sustain and enhance vital services. It's about meeting the needs of today and safeguarding the quality of life for future generations. To my fellow councillors, I urge you, meet your obligations, attend briefings, engage with the facts, participate constructively. To our residents, I say, this is a decision that's informed by truth and fact. In court, you're required to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The whole truth is there's no hidden agenda, only a commitment to build a stronger, better Northern Beaches. I'd love us all to move forward with unity, progress, and trust. And together, we can ensure a future we can all be proud of. But I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hernjack, I had you down.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor De Luca for putting this amendment together. Given the numerous community requests we've had for this information and for real action to demonstrate how serious we are about the current financial position of council, I feel like this is a second chance to be transparent with the community after Councillor De Luca's last request for a report was narrowly defeated earlier this year. So I would encourage those who voted against that last call for a report to consider the importance of being transparent and fully accountable, and the importance of full disclosure to the community, and would commend this amendment to the Chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Bingham.
Well, I am concerned. Frankly, I think it's like Councillor Causey. I think this is, it's too late. I think we've had all the opportunities to do all these things. We've been saving money for 8 years since the amalgamation. We have two reports, two confidential reports tonight on further ways that we can look at saving money. And we're doing it. We're doing it. And I don't think that getting a whole lot of reports at the last minute is going to change anything. And I'm just concerned that we're asking the staff to do a whole lot of extra work. The proposals were spelt out in a lot more detail in the motions that others had later on in the agenda. And I don't think this will serve any purpose. So I'm just cautioning people about this, because it's, I mean, we know the information, we know the answers. I mean, we've already been presented with all this information numerous times, cost savings, how we can save costs. And frankly, there's just not enough. There's just not enough. A couple of staff here get rid of a service there. It doesn't add up to the sort of figures that we're looking at, $28 million a year short. We're not going to raise $28 million a year, and we're certainly not going to do it within the next 2 months. So I'm reluctantly going to vote against this motion.
Councillor Hackman.
Just wanted to say that I think I've been misunderstood with regards to the amendment earlier. It was 3.D that I asked to add, but I think it's been flipped around. I wasn't asking for the opportunities for rationalisation of operational land. I was asking for us to be sent a link to the asset management register.
I concur.
Thanks. A link to the asset management register. Yeah, asset management plan. So that we've got the full picture. Just a link, yeah. Just make sure we've all got it at our fingertips while we make that important decision. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to foreshadow an amendment, please.
Okay. Before we go back to a right of reply, do you want to put forward your foreshadowed amendment now, just so that we've got something on the screen?
No, I'll leave that in case the motion, as stated, is defeated. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So can we just scroll up for a second?
So it's returning to Councillor Bingham's original amendment.
Okay, can we just scroll up for a moment though, so I can see, because I think we've kind of ended up with a conglomeration of things, but can I see before the word amendment what's up there? Okay, all right, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Williams?
I voted against the report to council.
Hang on a second, Councillor Williams, hang on. I'm just getting my head in order here. All right. Thank you. So can we just scroll down again then for a moment? Down, sorry. You're up, my down. Gets a bit confusing. Right towards the end. Okay. All right. Still in debate. Councillor Williams. Sorry, I just needed a moment there because we've ended up with such a long thing.
Certainly. I voted against the motion to have a report for us last time before we, because I felt that the information, as I have, along with Councillor Beaujard, attended many meetings and done due study of all of the information, and it seemed pretty clear to me that we had the information we needed, and it's just a matter of disseminating it to the community. The only outcome that would have happened from us having that report would be delay our application to IPART, and that would mean we wouldn't have the opportunity to apply for an SRV this coming financial year. So we would be forced to re-look at this next year. And so I think it's about time. This has been kicked down the road, and I think we need to get on with it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to add anything? Okay, we can put this to the vote. We finally got there. All right. We're voting on the amendment, let's make this clear, which ended up kind of being a part of a lot of everyone's suggestions and motions all in one thing. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself and Councillor Robins. Those against? Councillor Williams and Councillor Bingham. Declare that carried. Now that becomes the motion. We go through it all again. Okay, all those in favour? Everyone except, unanimous. There we go. Done. 9.2 is over. 11.1. Councillor Glanville, seconded by Councillor Hackman. You moving it for or against?
I'm moving it with an amendment that governance should have that was sent by Mr Dickinson to governance.
Councillor Glanville.
I'll speak briefly. Thank you to the staff for their report. I think that this is something that we have a lot of enthusiasm for in the community, particularly the Friends of Freshwater and Freshwater community to update the Walk of Fame, but then also many in the community who'd like to see opportunities to recognise female surfing history and generally update and refresh some of our heritage walks and other recognition of the cultural and sporting value of surfing to our local community. The purpose of the amendment is to set staff on a path of identifying suitable grant activities to fund preparation of the heritage plan discussed in the report. It strikes me that we could, I toyed with whether we go down the path of something much more informal, but I think on balance, the staff recommendation of a more formal heritage interpretation plan with a consultation strategy is sound to make sure that we're doing it properly and to give opportunities for that history to be recorded and consulted properly. So I'd like to see us applying for grants. There are grants relevant to community, culture and heritage that I think that would be appropriate, and I commend to the councillors the amendment.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to add, or can we put this to the vote? All right. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you. 11.3, Councillor Robins.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with 2 additions. Governance has that there, if they can put it up, please. Thank you.
I want to second that, please.
Sorry.
I've been putting my light on.
All right. Seconded by Councillor Hackman.
Thanks.
So I have a couple of questions, if that's okay, for staff. First one was input from an access and inclusion consultant sought during any phase of the plan of management process?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hines. No specific consultant was consulted, but access consultants will be used during detailed design phase for each stage of the implementation.
Cool, thanks. In the report and in the response summary, the use of the term all-weather multi-purpose playing fields was used. Can you just explain what's actually meant by that?
Oops.
Yeah, it's okay. Someone just turned their light off. Yep.
Through you, Mayor. So an all-weather sports field surface isn't necessarily restricted to synthetic turf. We will be investigating where the industry currently is, what the best use of technology is. That may be natural, it may be hybrid, or it may be synthetic, and we'll give you, prior to implementing any one of those, that will come back to council for a decision.
Thank you. And my last question is, we've all received numerous emails from the hockey community with regarding to supporting the all-weather sports field as they have and are struggling to find a suitable location. Are staff aware of this? And if they are, which I actually understand that they are, what have they been liaising with them with a view to assisting in the future?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hines. Yes, we're actively working with the Northern Beaches Hockey Association to find a home, and we're hoping to be able to move a project forward in the near future.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Glanville, is yours a question?
Yes. Through you, Madam Mayor, a follow-up question. I believe that there is some misapprehension from the many hockey community emails we've received that there is, I believe some of them think that there is potential for a synthetic hockey field to be in this location. Are you able to clarify whether there is any intention to have hockey located in this location, and if not, why that's the case?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hines. There is no proposal for a dedicated hockey facility at North Narrabeen Reserve. The reason for that is hockey's preferred surface is what they call a wet synthetic surface with a very, very short pile. It's not suitable for most sports. In fact, hockey would be the only main user of such a facility. The purpose of the plan and management is to improve the facilities and to improve capacity for our existing users, and that would be, a hockey field would be counter to those objectives.
Yeah, just hang on a second. Councillor De Luca, were you asking a question? And then I will go to you, Councillor Mandeep Singh.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question too is through the CEO to the Manager of Sport or Recreation Parks. Just in relation to the hybrid grass, I've done similar research as to the extensive research undertaken by Councillor Hackman, and I thank you for sending that through. I understand that hybrid grass is eco-friendly, safe, strong and durable, and that it's currently being used at Wembley Stadium, and here in New South Wales, a particular Green Council has allowed it to be installed at Fraser Park, Marrickville, and then I won't refer to this council, but I think someone here will know well, Karela Sharks Oval, in that other area that is far less superior than the Northern Beaches. What investigation has been done into hybrid grass so far, if any, and if not, will that be extensively considered based on the eco-friendliness of it and the less impact on environment, and also the issue of golden staph infections arising from the current synthetic grass? There's a huge increase in golden staph infections.
Someone needs to turn their light off, but I do have, after, just to make you feel comfortable, after Councillor De Luca, I've got Councillor Singh, Councillor Causey, Councillor Hernjack.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. In terms of the hybrid grass, previous installations of synthetic turf, we did undertake significant research. At that point in time, it wasn't considered feasible from a cost perspective. We will be that technology has moved on quite significantly since the last one of these we did, and we will be extensively researching the feasibility from both an environmental and a financial point of view of utilising that turf. And the second part of the question, in terms of golden staph, I don't have any statistics to hand. I am aware that we receive reports of people getting golden staph on both natural and synthetic fields, but I'm unable to answer your question at the moment on if there's an increase in one or the other.
Okay. Councillor Singh, do you have anything to add?
No, really. I just want to ask a question. I'll put a recommendation to Mr. Todd. I just had a question to Jeremy and Todd, if you don't mind, please, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
As per my information and my knowledge, we believe sport field number 7. Are you going to change to making hockey field? Yes or no?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hines. No, there's no proposal to turn that into a hockey field.
A hockey field. Thank you very much for that. Are we going to putting synthetic turf on sport field number 7?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hines. No, there's no proposal at this stage.
No proposal of that. Okay. And I think that's all I want to know. And just one last question I wanted to add on. As we putting in Narbin High School, we have synthetic turf there, and number of kids play soccer over there. I believe council charge $110 per hour playing the soccer field for the kids. That's true or false? Just for the information.
So I'll need to get back to you on that question.
Yes.
That would... Causey. No, it was your first time, great. Yeah.
Okay, so there have been all sorts of claims about synthetic turf being recyclable. From the research I've carried out, I understand that there's some sort of facility near Albury that says it's recycling synthetic turf, but what I'm being told is that the recycling it does is it basically thumps the mat so that it separates the grass, the sand that comes into it from the blades of so-called grass, and then the mat. But the mat, and those are sold or used, recycled. But there's a big storehouse of mats of the, that covers the field, that at this point there is no way of recycling. So can you explain to me if that's true, and if not, can you tell me where that mat is going and what's being done with it?
Through you, Mayor Hines, in terms of how each of the different potential surfaces would be treated, that's part of that review process that Mr Smith referred to. We need to consider before we make any decisions in relation to these fields what the most appropriate material is, and that includes contemplating its life cycle, its full life cycle use, including recycling and disposal of any materials. So that will be done as part of this exercise.
So at this point, we don't actually know if we can recycle all of that material.
Through you, Mayor, there are options for recycling some of the material, but in order with that detailed piece of work has not been done. So the purpose of the plan of management is to create the framework for us to consider different types of activities, rather than make the decisions about precisely which activities and which actions will be taken in terms of the fields that have been flagged.
I'm just trying to establish, it's actually a fairly simple answer, how that material is recycled. Are there any products that the mat or any other part of that synthetic playing field, which is plastic basically, are there any products that is going into? And for example, from our Chroma field...
Councillor Causey, I think we're kind of veering right off the actual plan of management.
Well, I can leave Chroma out, but this is an important issue.
Yeah, we're not even voting on actually what substance is going on the fields at this stage.
We have a statement in the proposed plan of management
Madam
that
Mayor, point of order.
includes
What's your
synthetic
point
turf.
of order, Councillor Beauchard?
Section 1021 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Councillor must put questions directly, succinctly, respectfully and without argument, and the chairperson must not permit discussion.
Well, I'm sorry, but I believe that this is a very straightforward question.
I'm sorry, but I just feel that we are now actually being asked questions that this isn't relevant to actually what we're voting on at the moment. I know there's a detail that you want.
It's not detail, it's a very important part of
Well, can you ask the
proposal for
question
synthetic
in
turf.
maybe a sentence?
I have asked a question. I've asked how is this material recycled?
Right, full stop. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, as I've mentioned in my previous answer, that is a piece of work that we would need to undertake to look at all aspects of the different types of surfaces and how they would be implemented or could be potentially be implemented at this site, and including consideration of the full life cycle of that surface right through to end of life and suitable processing and treatment.
Thank you. I think item 5A and B actually covers the exploration of that topic. Councillor Hernjack, you were next on the list.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to staff, I just had a question with regards to the Plan of Management's addition of synthetic fields. Can I ask if there's a sort of measurement or a specific temperature where it's considered unsafe to play on synthetic turf due to risks of third-degree burns or that type of thing? I know some rugby associations limit it to, say, 32 degrees when it becomes too risky for them.
Through you, Mayor Hines. Each sporting body has to undertake a risk assessment on the conditions of play for their players to be safe. I am aware that various rugby union bodies and Football New South Wales have heat guidelines for play.
Given these heat guidelines for play, is it still the case that these synthetic turfs could really be considered all weather, given that during a heat wave, for example, they wouldn't be playable?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hines. My understanding is those heat policies apply to all fields, not just synthetic. And we can provide some of the detail around the temperatures in the review process.
A couple more questions, Mayor. Does Council currently have any mitigation measures or strategies when it comes to PFAS or microplastic contamination in stormwater runoff or just on the site of a synthetic turf field?
Through you, Mayor, in terms of the specific different types of chemicals and so on, we'd have to get back to you on that. So I think in terms of whether or not we're monitoring the performance of the fields that we currently have, yes, we're monitoring those.
Thank you. I understand that Council considers itself a plastic-free council, and we've banned the sale of plastic water bottles, for example, at council events. How does this fit in with that policy, given we're looking at implementing plastic fields?
Through you, Mayor Hines, Council also has a policy position of exploring the installation of synthetic surfaces in various locations. So there are a few different policy positions that are at play here, and that is something that we would obviously bring to front of mind as we go through that review process.
Thank you. Can I ask how synthetic turf replacement fits in with Council's circular economy strategy, given the uncertainty when it comes to the complete recyclability of synthetic turf?
Through you, Mayor Hines, that's the sort of thing that we would contemplate as we go through that review process.
And last question, thanks for bearing with me. Over a period of, say, 20 years, what would the comparative cost be of installing and maintaining a synthetic turf field compared to a natural turf field?
Through you, Mayor Hines, another part of that process that we'll go through, because I think, as Mr Smith alluded to in his first answer, there has been changes in the way and the technology for some of these fields that perhaps may mean that the benefits of some surfaces are not as much as previously thought, or the reverse may be true. They may be more beneficial, and working our way through that process will allow us to make a decision in the future about what's the most appropriate surface for us.
Thank you. And I know I said that was the last one, but just one more, please. When it comes to the... Sorry, you might need to come back to me.
Okay, Councillor Williams, you were trying desperately to get your light on there.
Yeah, I was just very confused. We're just talking about voting on the plan. We're not talking about voting on AstroTurf or plastic or rubber or anything else like that. Is that correct?
Just the plan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, just stop right there. So Councillor Williams' question, the answer is?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so can I just then...
Excuse me, sorry, I'd like to object to that. For anybody who's actually read the plan of management, it refers explicitly to the inclusion of a synthetic turf field. I think it's section 4.2 on page 66. So this is an issue that is being discussed in consideration of this item.
Councillor Causey, yes, I agree, which is why it says, because it's noting the concern about synthetic fields, that staff are to give councillors a briefing so that there's an actual understanding and discussion about this. But it's not to be voted on or debated now. We're just actually trying to move this forward to make sure that we can have a briefing about the effects of synthetic fields or...
Sorry, I don't think there's been any suggestion of a debate at this point. I've asked questions. Councillor Hernjack has asked questions. We haven't been debating it. I've got plenty to say in the debate.
Okay, all right. Well, then no more questions other than Councillor Hernjack. Sorry, I've already had you down. Councillor Harvey. It'll be one lot of questions each, and then I'll be going to the others, including people who haven't had a chance to ask any questions.
Is it me?
Councillor Harvey, go right ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering if at this point, in hopes to move things along, that we could remove the word synthetic and opt for something that's more neutral and indicative that we haven't made the decision yet in the plan of management, so that some of us can have peace of mind and then we can discuss it when it needs to be discussed.
Councillor Robins, do you accept that? Sorry.
No, sorry, Councillor Harvey, but no, I think given the conversation, it's probably appropriate that the synthetic's there.
But I don't understand, if we haven't decided if it will be synthetic or not, why are we opting to use certain terminology? Can that plan of management will that be changed if we decide to not use synthetic?
Just to assist the chamber, if Councillor Robins does not wish to change it, just to expedite things, you can move an amendment to delete that word.
Well, can I just say I actually submitted an amendment to do exactly that. So I'll foreshadow an amendment.
Great.
However, I'd point out that Councillor Robins is actually noting and acknowledging that there's concerns, and I think that's important.
Sorry, councillors, I really would like one at a time. So, Councillor Harvey, go for it.
I wasn't intending to amend your motion. I was wondering if we, at this stage, could actually amend the plan of management, or is that a separate motion altogether?
If only it was that easy to amend a plan of management. Sorry, that's just, not at this level. Okay. Councillor Giltman, I think you were trying...
I just wonder, does council staff have any idea regards the hockey field? I think every councillor around this table would realise after the last couple of days how important it is for these people. Because this came up when I was a councillor in, so we're going back 15 years or something when they started. And now this has got to be probably the second, I would think the second or maybe at least the third biggest sport on the Northern Beaches now. And we've been inundated. I mean, I counted last night like 120 on my phone, and then today it hasn't stopped all morning. So a lot of people that I knew and a lot that I didn't know. I mean, I really want to have a good debate about the synthetic grass when it comes up. There's a lot of information I have on that. But already there's 6 young girls in this peninsula that have been spotted by talent scouts that are in squads now for hopefully to represent us in the Olympic Games, the next Olympic Games. It's very important that we try and get this done, that we can find somewhere for these people to play. At the moment, they're travelling 40, they've got to go to Ryde to get a decent game of soccer. It's just ridiculous. They're back and forward, mums and dads, they get a break from the kids, and it's, we've got to this is a huge thing, hockey on the Northern Beaches. We've got to try and get somewhere for them to play. And they're telling you it's thousands of players we're talking about. Okay?
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes, Madam Mayor Hines, I had a question regarding to Bob Gilton. it will be in the future. Just a question: is it in the future or coming year, 2025? Is the council looking to be having a hockey field in Northern Beaches? If there will be any, will be appreciated, because received a number of emails. It's a lot. Everybody received it. I played hockey in past, and which I support, and I want really to make sure our young generation to have a play hockey field in Northern Beaches. That would be really appreciated to the Northern Beaches Council. Yeah. And
Okay.
thanks, Bob Gilton.
There was a direct question in there, so
Well,
yes, no, I heard the question.
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor, we are working with hockey on some potential options. I think it's important to point out, though, at this point that there is no funding for providing a new hockey surface at this particular point. And we are working with them, though, on options and potential sites. But obviously it's important to recognise that that would require funding. So we are in negotiations and discussions with hockey, but at this stage we don't have a proposal that would be funded.
Sorry, Mayor Hines. Manlyville, big field. Now been reserved, big field. We have plenty of space for the hockey field. We don't need a funding. We need a synthetic field or turf. So I'm just wondering, there's plenty of fields on the Northern Beaches. Will it be any of them?
We'll work our way through that with hockey, but I think the important thing is that as I said, we don't have the funding for that. So while we may have fields and we may be able
No
to
money?
identify
Okay.
sites. Yeah.
I'll take my word back.
Okay, so I think to help things along, Councillor Causey, you foreshadowed an amendment.
I'm actually
Or
not going to
something?
bother with it. I think Ruth's surname, Councillor Robin's amendment. I mean, I'm happy with that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was just trying to establish a little
Excellent.
more detail.
Okay, so can we go back to the mover?
Thank you. Is this my address?
Yes.
Thank you. Look, first I just want to thank staff for all the work that they have put in and creating this plan of management framework on how this reserve will function in the future. And also thank those that have contributed to the 148 submissions. As most of you know, North Narrabeen Reserve is one of our largest open space areas of sporting fields. It's extensively used and very popular for our Friday markets, training and games for Aussie rules, rugby, home of the Warringah Rats rugby team, summer soccer, Super Sevens, touch football, baseball, golf, and includes the spectators, and of course passive recreation for our community. And it's extensively used. Just as an aside from the synthetic fields and hockey, in 2022 Council adopted our Disability Inclusion Action Plan, where our focus with areas, amongst other things, were about how Council will always have a central role in creating and enabling access for all people in the community, and number two, improving the accessibility and inclusion of Council's facilities, public areas and programs is a fundamental component and service delivery. Having quoted that, it's disappointing for me that an access and inclusion consultant wasn't included. My understanding is that staff have identified that in the plan of management, a footpath from the back car park to the AFLs behind the car park was going to be built compliant with Australian standards, and as all footpaths do, hence also meeting the disability access standard at the same time. Not a lot of innovation. And also have allowed in this plan of management the future innovation of what they call the can bar at Rat Park, which then access and inclusion would be considered. I feel that we actually haven't gone out of our way in a review of this reserve, and it's a shame that we haven't taken this opportunity as this plan was being reviewed 20 years on from the first time. And this morning, at their request, I met with the President and CEO of Rat Park, the Chairperson of Sargood, and two members of Warringah, the Friends of Warringahs, which is a supporters group that provides financial support to the rugby club, to wheelchair users, and also with Mr Smith, to discuss how their 5+ and growing wheelchair supporters can have a better view of the game, as currently there is only 2 designated wheelchair sports, spots played back from the stand where the fence completely blocks their view. It was obviously great timing, but my point being our community are being more proactive and aware of the improvements that should be and can be made for those that have a disability at this time. And I would just like to check in with Mr Phillips and Mr Dickinson that when next time doing a plan of management, that consideration is given to an access and inclusion consultant. We are also very aware of the huge shortage of playing fields on the northern beaches, and at any opportunity is inevitable that we need to look at how we can achieve all weather playing fields, what they look like, made of, and benefits, cost sustainability. And so hence my...
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Robins. Keep talking until the sentence finishes.
Okay, that is really important. So I've requested, and I guess our previous discussion only highlights the
Thank you,
importance
Councillor.
of the briefing.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I think this, Councillor Causey, your hand is up or your light is on.
Yes.
It really should be the second and next. So Councillor Ackman.
Sorry. I wanted to say thank you to the staff for the many years of consultation and work in preparing this plan of management. I want to also say thank you to the volunteers and parents at Warringah Rats Rugby Club and Pittwater Tigers AFL Club, Summer Soccer, Golf, etc., for their input into this plan of management, on top of their volunteering duties to make sport accessible for our community. I note the concerns about first and second generation synthetic grass, about the health impacts from forever chemicals, PFAS, and heat impacts and burns on players from plastic when the ambient temperature rises above 28 degrees. I also note the environmental impacts, remediation and water runoff, particularly with Narrabeen Lagoon so close by. But there are positive physical and mental health impacts that come with participating in community sport. And there is a huge demand for more sports fields and better facilities, and our players want longer playing hours. This investigation will bring to the fore the latest technology that assesses the full benefits, impacts, costs and risks of this decision, while still supporting the voting of the plan of management and implementation. And we aren't the only council facing this issue, so I look forward to the briefing and learning what best practice other councils have achieved and how we can adopt best practice facilities for our future. And a huge thank you to the hockey community for their perseverance. I know that they have really wanted facilities here and they've been very clear about that. I wanted to say to them that we are working on a solution for you, and I wholeheartedly support this motion.
Okay, Councillor Causey, you were next.
Thank you.
As we move into debate.
Got it. Okay, so I support the majority of the proposed North Narrabeen Reserve Plan of Management. As councillors will be aware, I do not support the inclusion of a synthetic turf field or plastic playing field. And however, I acknowledge that Councillor Robin's amendment includes consideration and discussion of its merits and disadvantages. I completely agree we should improve capacity and resilience, as the plan of management states, to enable more sport to be played more often, and that we should install new or upgraded playing surfaces, drainage and irrigation as required. However, researchers, including the soil scientist Mick Batten, who wanted to speak tonight but was too late on the list, and natural turf specialists, including people like Dale Crosby and Garnet Brownbill from the Natural Turf Alliance, say that poor construction and poor choice of soils have significant impacts on the resilience of natural turf playing fields. They, for example, give the example of Mossman Council, which recently rejected a DA for synthetic turf at Middle Head, instead investing in a complete turf redevelopment of the Oval in 2018 at a cost of less than $500,000, which you compare to the sort of millions of dollars that the synthetic turf fields cost to begin with, and the ongoing need for a sinking fund to replace it, which estimates range up to about $200,000 for that. So that upgraded field receives 49 to 55 hours per week of use during winter, as well as informal community use throughout the year without significant loss of surface quality. Moving on, the New South Wales Government carried out an independent inquiry into the design, use and impacts of synthetic turf in public open spaces, which the Chief Scientist and Engineer reported on in October 2022. As yet, the government hasn't come up with a response. However, and I quote, it says, the replacement of existing natural fields in residential areas with a synthetic field appears associated with the highest level of concern and dissatisfaction for nearby residents. He also noticed that currently there is insufficient information and lack of standards about the materials and chemical composition of synthetic turf. There are so many issues with it, I don't really know where to begin, but one of the significant issues is the temperatures. They get up to 80 degrees on a 27-degree day in Sydney, which is, spring and summer. The surface of these fields can get up to 70 to 80 degrees Celsius, and that's why most councils fence them off so that there is only a restricted number of people in the community who can ever use these fields, and they're not there for nearby residents to just go out and kick a footy around on their own.
Thank you, Councillor Causey. Okay, with that, I'd like to now move this to a vote. I think we have had plenty of discussion. You're ready to vote? Yeah, I think we all are, in all honesty, Councillor Singh. So can we put this to the vote? All those for? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Robins and myself. Declare that carried. Against Councillor Hernjack. Sorry, it's just the one. All right, so since we like to be discussing things at length, I say that we do item 11.4 and then move straight into confidential after that, just in case. So 11.4, Councillor Causey, seconded by, and are you moving it as is? You're happy to move as is? Yep. Okay, seconded by Councillor DeLuca. Somebody. Okay, great. Questions? Anyone got any questions? Okay, Councillor Causey. Oh, who's got their light on?
Okay. I have to wonder at this proposal to exhibit a draft plan of management for Mona Vale Beach South. How did we ever get this far with the proposal? I thought we were moving it. There were no questions.
Yep, questions. And then we had no questions, so we went then straight to Councillor Causey. Jolene, Councillor Hackman, I didn't realise you had your light on.
I did, I had to turn it off.
Yes, because I thought you were getting ready for debate. Okay, no, was only hopeful.
I just have a quick question. Is the plan that's going to be on exhibition, if we resolve that will happen, is it going to be timed, the trial? Oh, sorry. Is it going to be timed at all, the access to the beach?
Could someone turn their lights off? Thank you. Councillor, I keep calling everyone a councillor. Mr Dickinson.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. The trial itself, so I think probably just stepping back a little bit, this proposal that's before you tonight is the plan of management, and the plan of management governs potential activities on this parcel of land. So the proposal that is one of the activities that's contained within the plan of management for an off-leash dog area is a timed trial of certain periods of the day and night over a 12-month period. But I think it's important to point out, the plan of management is being brought forward based on a council resolution that was made last year. That council resolution recognised that the current plan of management for that area does not allow dogs on the beach, so you need a change to the plan of management. That is what this document is proposing to do. And within that plan of management is the potential for an off-leash dog area should it be progressed.
Thank you, Mr Dickinson. And just to Mr McDonald's point earlier, who spoke in public address, how is the criteria under the review of environmental factors going to be monitored?
Through you, Mayor Hines. So there's, in order for the REF, so the review of environmental factors assesses a number of different components, and the review of environmental factors, it's draft at this stage. It will be finalised before council's required to make any formal decisions about a trial. That review of environmental factors found that there was no significant impact associated with the proposed trials, subject to a number of mitigation measures being put in place. And most of the monitoring arrangements are around checking that those mitigation measures are in place and operating effectively.
And just in talking with people about this, they've said, well, what's come up frequently, and I acknowledge that this is anecdotal, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What if some owners ruin it for the rest of people? How do we make sure that owners are compliant in removing anything that might negatively impact the environment?
Through you, Mayor Hines, again, and this is going, I guess, a number of steps down the path if council was to A, resolve to put this on exhibition, B, resolve subsequently to adopt it, C, resolve then to create the trial, so we're some distance away from that. But in terms of part of the activity around monitoring monitoring what is going to go on during the trial will include things like how owners are getting on with managing the responsibilities as dog owners, how dogs may or may not be interacting with other dogs, how compliance is working in terms of picking up dog waste, whether dogs are on leads, off leads at certain areas where they're not supposed to be. So it's about understanding whether or not, and again, this is some way down the path, but it's about understanding whether or not the trial is operating effectively.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Yep.
Thanks.
I heard a yep.
Yep.
Okay, so who went first? Councillor Harvey or Councillor DeLuca?
You go.
Councillor Harvey.
All right, so can you please clarify to me the outcomes that we will be reviewing throughout this trial?
Thank you, Mayor Hines. In terms of the detail of it, I'd have to come back to you because there's quite a number of pages in the review of environmental factors that covers off the various aspects of it. But at a high level, as I said, it's mostly about monitoring the way the trial unfolds. So the compliance activities, how compliant dog owners are in terms of what their responsibilities are, how dogs interact with other people, have we got enough signage in place, do we have enough bins in place, how is traffic affected, things like that.
Okay, thank you. My follow-up question to that is, considering this is already an area where we know that there is issues with compliance, how will this be factored in when we are reviewing how successful this trial is? Like, how will you be mitigating that influence?
Through you, Mayor Hines, so that is one of the factors that we need to work our way through. We have a certain number of, I'll take a step back. There are a number of different things that influence how dog owners and dogs interact with one another. Compliance is one of those elements, but so too is education, so is good dog etiquette. Part of the monitoring program will be looking at how all of those components are interacting. So yes, we'll be keeping an eye on the level of compliance that we're able to bring to bear with the resources that we have, but equally understanding what happens when there aren't compliance people around.
Okay, one more question if that's okay. I'm just curious, since this trial is set out for 12 months, correct? Say that for some reason there was a really dramatic impact and we were seeing really negative outcomes. Are trials able to be ended early?
Through you, Mayor Hines, that's ultimately a matter for council. So the decision to enact a trial would be a matter for council, as would be the decision to suspend one.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor DeLuca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question is directed to Mr Smith. Is it correct that Niche Environment and Heritage, Cardno and NGH all in their respective reports have concluded that there is no significant impact and issues that cannot readily be managed by council, and what were the impacts and how does council propose to address the relatively insignificant impacts of the report?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Hines. Yes, in summary, the Environmental Consultants Council engaged did find that there was no significant impact, and we're satisfied with their conclusion. In terms of the individual mitigation strategies, they're detailed in the REF, but they include things like dog-proof fence to protect the vegetated foreshore area, as Mr Dickinson mentioned, things like signage, to ensure good dog etiquette and behaviour, and also to inform people of the limits of the proposed off-leash dog trial.
Thank you.
Any other? Councillor Beaujard?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused, so you might need to help me out here. From the questions, it sounds like we're voting on a dog trial, but my understanding of the motion is we're voting to put this on public exhibition. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, that's correct. This is the matter that you're considering this evening is whether or not to put the draft plan of management on exhibition for Mona Vale Southern End. Within that plan of management, there is reference to an off-leash dog trial as per Council's request from us last year. But the pertinent matter for you this evening is whether or not to publicly exhibit the plan of management.
Okay, so just to clarify, if we were to resolve this to go ahead today, we're not at midday tomorrow going to have an off-leash dog trial on the south end of Mona Vale Beach, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
No other questions? Councillor Causey, have a right of reply? Do you want to say anything?
Yes, so as I was saying, I am amazed that we've actually got to this point where we now have a plan of management where we're going to include the possibility of a dog beach trial at Mona Vale South, which is one of Pittwater's most environmentally sensitive beaches with significant dune area behind it. There are currently dogs running through that area anyway because of our lack of fencing and our lack of compliance officers. So if we can't fund compliance officers at the moment to prevent this happening, I don't understand how we're going to be able to do that in the future to protect these dunes and the wildlife that live in them. The question of how many people actually support this idea. Since I first joined council, I've had numerous emails, phone calls and in-person approaches from residents who oppose the idea of dogs on our beaches for many reasons, including that there have been more than 200 attacks, dog attacks in the area on the northern beaches during the last 12 months. The council knows that the top priority for residents across the area is the environment. Multiple ecologists and other scientists as well and environmentalists have also told me they're opposed to a trial because of the environmental impacts. The niche environment and heritage group carried out the REF. However, they noted that they carried out surveys at a time when there were dogs on the beach, on each of the beaches, Palm Beach and South Mona Vale Beach. So I do wonder how that will stack up if anybody decides to challenge this report and challenge a trial, a dog beach trial, and we've already had a problem with one at Station Beach. How can we trust the survey in the report and establish the true impact of dogs on wildlife that was carried out with dogs on this beach, as well as at Palm Beach? What will the baseline be for any measures of success or failure of a trial? Because we certainly won't have one when the surveys were carried out with dogs on the beaches. Not to mention that the surveys were carried out on only 2 days at each beach. Why would we include an off-leash dog area in the plan of management when, as far as I'm concerned, the evidence does not exist that wildlife in the area would be unaffected? So the report's conclusion that it's likely to have a significant environmental impact is unreliable because of the way those surveys were carried out. whatever the mitigation measures were. I would also suggest that the recommendations for mitigations like new signs, bins for dog faeces and council monitoring have not worked elsewhere, and at the moment the council doesn't seem able to control dogs running free on every beach in the district.
Thank you, Councillor Causey. Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I would say,
Oh, sorry. As a seconder, Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Apologies.
No worries. I support this matter and proposal to public exhibit the draft Mona Vale Beach Southern End Plan of Management. As members of the public have stated, this issue has been going on for a significant time, and it is probably time to put it to the community for final determination. While I acknowledge Councillor Causey's concerns, I think that that can be drawn out in this consultation, and we consider what comes back from that consultation. I also draw comfort and confidence in the 3 independent reports, but also our expert staff, particularly led by Todd, who has had numerous experience in this issue over many years, as have his colleagues. In relation to possible litigation of the future, I think that the matter at Palm Beach was a key learning for Council, and I'm sure that Council has taken heed of that case precedent and will ensure that that does not occur again. However, as some councillors have stated, this is merely to push the matter to public consultation. I think that's fair and reasonable, based then on the feedback that we receive, as well as any other environmental submissions that we may receive. That is then when we consider the significant issues that Councillor Causey has raised and that other councillors, I'm sure, will wish to pursue. But at this time, we need to keep an open mind and give the public their opportunity to have their say.
Thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I wanted to express my concern about continuing to progress a trial, and we all know that although, yes, this is a particular step, it is in furtherance of an ultimate goal of establishing it as a off-leash dog beach. My main concern with the idea is that with compliance, on an almost daily basis, I get complaints from the public about off-leash dogs where they're not meant to be. And I'd be more comfortable with a trial if I had greater confidence that the dogs of the Northern Beaches were better trained and had recall. I say that not to blame the dogs, because a dog's recall is only as good as their owners, and a lot of COVID puppies were not properly trained or socialised. I would rather a trial that was limited to a small number of users who've been briefed on dog etiquette and minimising environmental impacts, and we have confidence in their ability for recall. I think a free-for-all trial is bound for unhappiness, including but not limited to, because of the number of emails that we will inevitably receive about the dogs that don't have recall ending up in the dunes. So I'm putting on the table again my concerns about how we have framed the trial in the past, and that this is in furtherance and creating new compliance challenges for us when we are frankly not able to deal effectively as it is with the number of complaints around off-leash dogs and off-leash dog behaviour. I'm also concerned that some of the metrics that we have set for measuring success or not success aren't sufficiently rigorous to A, establish a baseline, and then B, create a measurable way of determining what success is. And I'm concerned at the end of the trial, because of how waffly our measuring criteria have been stated to date, we will just end up with basically feedback from the community that falls along the same public opinion lines at present without any kind of properly rigorous, objective, measurable data at the end of the process.
Thank you, Councillor Hernjack, and then Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Mayor. Given our LGA's high number of dog attacks in comparison to the rest of Sydney, it's strange to me, in addition, of course, to our compliance issues, it's strange for me that we're considering supporting letting unleashed dogs loose on a public beach, a busy public beach, I should add. I would wager that Frenchs Forest residents don't want to spend 30 plus minutes getting to their favourite beach just to, say, step in dog poo, see wildlife getting attacked by dogs or themselves getting attacked by a dog with no recall, no training and no control from the owner. As Councillor Causey said, the environment is the top priority for residents on the northern beaches, and the fact that we're the last LGA that has dogs prohibited on ocean beaches and the fact we have such high biodiversity and environmental value, I think, is no coincidence. I fear that by allowing dogs on beaches for a trial would, I think, give the community a bit of a license to test their luck on other beaches at other times. And I feel like this could be taken advantage of given that we can't necessarily guarantee compliance. So due to those reasons, I feel that I have no option but to vote against this going on exhibition, but I do thank staff for their work on getting this plan of management together aside from the Dogs on Beaches trial.
Thanks, Councillor Bingham.
Okay.
You were next, and then Councillor Harvey, and then we can maybe move on and vote. Would be nice.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't support this plan, which is effectively to allow dogs on the southern end of Mona Vale Beach. I've seen the impact of such a move on other beaches, particularly at Byron. So on holidays, I chose to go to a beach. It turned out that it was designated half for dogs and half for people. But just walking down the track, you can smell the urine. Dog poo bags were thrown into the bush. When I got to the beach, there were dogs everywhere. It didn't matter where my part was. They were sniffing around me. One lifted his leg on my towel, and it was totally out of control. And I really don't think we want that for the northern beaches. I'm glad we're going to have dog etiquette signs. The trouble is dogs don't read signs. And we all know that they're out of control. And let's be frank, this proposal will attract thousands of dogs. And they will come from everywhere. And we just don't, well, I mean, we have 2 dog rangers for the whole of the northern beaches, and they can't manage it anyway. So, but my main fear is that there will be a domino effect, that okay, we're having a trial here, we should do it here, then we should do it here, and before we know it, they'll be heading down Queenscliff Beach and Manly Beach and so on and demanding that they be allowed to do this. I think it's time to, if you excuse the pun, draw a line in the sand and just simply say we do not allow dogs on beaches on the northern beaches.
Councillor Harvey.
I think the message is pretty loud and clear from Councillor Bingham. I just want to reiterate and say I saw multiple dogs swimming in a protected marine environment, Cabbage Tree Bay, just the other morning. And I approached the owners. I said, hey, did you know your dog's not supposed to be here? They go, oh, I don't know. So yeah, there's obviously a huge compliance issue, and without getting into the nuts and bolts of it all, which we've all sort of heard before, I can't support this going on exhibition and going into a trial, potentially going into a trial, because we do not have the context to get clear and accurate results if we don't have the dogs under control now. I'm sympathetic to dog owners. I think it was Jane Parsons who came and spoke about the immense well-being impact owning a dog. I understand they're part of the family. I'm probably going to adopt a very elderly, very cute dog soon, and I'll wish I could take it on the beach, but I just can't because it wouldn't be there in the first place. So I am sympathetic. I think in an ideal world, if we had, and maybe in a world where we will be able to afford more compliance officers potentially in the future, we will be able to do a more accurate trial, but I just don't see that as possible, so I will not be supporting this going to exhibition. Thank you.
Okay, can I just ask the mover that we forego the right of reply since everybody seems to have had a say, and I think we're all ready to vote. Okay, thank you for that. If we can put this to the vote, all those in favour? Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, myself and Councillor Robins. Those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham and Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. Now I'd like us to move into confidential. If I could have a mover and a seconder.
Madam Mayor,
Yep,
before
thank you.
we go to that procedural motion, in accordance with clause 19.3, could I please move that if the business is not concluded at 11 o'clock, we extend the meeting till 11:30?
Absolutely. Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Declare that carried.
Two procedural motions. One was the extension,
Yep.
the other one is the claim to confidential.
Yep. So we're in open session at 10:57. I will make a comment while we're waiting for this to go into open session, is that Yanni Mentis, who was here earlier, this was his absolute last day and night now. So we wish him all the best. He's been fabulous, and sad to see him go. But yes, I suppose it would be nice for us to send a thank you for your very last day. Normally your last day at work ends at night, and he spent it here. That's one way of looking at it. Okay. Do we want to start any noms, or do we want to call it a year? Yep, I'm just asking.
Madam
Because,
Mayor.
now we want to be quick. That's interesting. I know.
We've only got half an hour.
This is what happens when you just, do what you do. All right, notice of motion 14.1. Councillor Causey, you pulled this out. Come on. No. This is Councillor Hackman's.
I have circulated an amendment if governance could pull that up.
Okay. Can we have the amendment up?
You called it out, Councillor DeLuca, so you're welcome to talk to it.
No, this one was called out by Councillor Causey.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay.
They do cover the same things.
Oh, we can't see the resolution.
Can you bring up the previous resolution?
It could be an updated report in 6 months' time as opposed to the 1 month.
If you want to pursue it, I don't care, but just procedurally, usually if there's been a resolution, it takes precedence, that's all.
Yep.
Hey?
Okay, Councillor Causey?
Well, could we have a decision on whether this has been superseded or not? I'll speak to it or I'll have something to say.
I'll make a decision on all of our behalves and go, we'll move forward with this, but this won't be a notice of motion from Councillor Causey. It was actually Councillor Hackman's.
So
let's have 2 reports, one coming in a month and one in 6 months' time as an update. Because you would hope, having been on very briefly on some kind of committee to do with buildings and stuff, that maybe something might have happened between 1 month and 6 months' time. So, Councillor Hackman, seconded by somebody. Councillor Bingham, thank you. All right, Councillor Causey, you have a question?
No, not a question.
Okay, moving as is. All those in favour?
Oh, hang on.
Oh.
There's
Well,
debate.
you had nothing else? Yes. Okay, a comment. Okay, so if that's the way we're going to, anyone who's got questions,
The mover might...
might want to say something. I'll get to the mover eventually. It's questions.
It is late.
Councillor Hackman.
Thank you so much.
No
And it is
problem.
late, so I'll be really short. I think the community all wants us to be doing this work to make sure that we are not holding on to assets or the community wants us to make cost savings and efficiencies. And particularly when we hold these properties in trust and the land is valuable, the reason that I raise this notice of motion is just to ensure that we are doing our due diligence and considering there is potential overlap and we do not have a lot of money. I wanted to have this review report to come back. And to Councillor De Luca's point, yes, I can see that some of this has been incorporated into your 9.2 motion, and I thank you for incorporating that. I just think with this one, I am considering we don't have a property committee. I feel confident that this is important enough to look at in 6 months. And I would like to just slightly make an addition to the end of this, if you don't mind, through you, Mayor. At the end where it says could be made, can we do a comma saying detailing a roadmap of priority sites for action? Not too much?
No, you're fine. I'm just saying, whoa, I'm tired. Of priority sites.
And this in no way is about targeting any particular property. It is just because we owe it to the community to look at the land and assets that we have and to make sure that we are implementing efficiencies and cost savings. Thank you.
Councillor Bingham, are you happy with that? Was that a yes? Okay. I saw lights flash on and off, but Councillor De Luca?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I support the motion for the 6-monthly report and realise that we do have to now start looking at not necessarily selling off properties, but repurposing or doing private-public partnerships or trying to encourage some of the voluntary organisations that are paying rent around the Northern Beaches to actually pay us rent instead. And I think there's a lot of volunteer organisations that would rather be on the Northern Beaches than some others. So I think the CEO will hopefully use his discretion as always and come up with some innovative proposals which I think are essential for us properly considering our financial status in the future.
Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I'll reiterate some previous points I made in relation to Councillor De Luca's addition on the SRV motion. I'm not generally in favour of the sale of council land. I think with great frustration of great tracts of land that the state government in particular previously owned and in the past sold off, and now I kick myself that we don't have that land back, and as we know, the cost of land if in the future for future councils will only increase. And so, but that being said, I think council has a huge property portfolio that's significantly underutilised, and there are some councils who do very well converting that into commercial floor space that's in council ownership, and it makes them more resilient councils because they have an income stream that isn't reliant on rates income. So I would like to see us considering how we can get more rental income from some of our underutilised properties. I'm also very interested to see how we could repurpose some of our existing properties that are underutilised to do things like redeveloping them with something like a social housing provider to make them into mixed-use developments with affordable housing. I think there's a lot of properties, you know, everything from the cafe or restaurant at Glen Street Theatre, which is vacant, that's just such a missed opportunity that could be so many sites like that where I would like to see us achieving that public benefit either through, you know, creating places that the community can rent out, places where we're getting commercial rents for, and not just look at it from the paradigm of selling things and getting a sugar hit, but how do we maximise public benefit while also keeping the options of future councils where we can't anticipate what needs they may have and the way that land may be useful in the future, but whether we can realise an income from them in the meantime.
Councillor Causey.
Okay, I'm not quite sure even now how I'm going to vote for this. However, there's a couple of things I want to point out about it. Rationalising operational properties is basically neoliberal speak for selling off property. And we're in a situation where we're basically custodians of this land for a very short period while we're councillors. We don't know what needs the residents of this area are going to have in 10 years, 50 years or 300 years. And so the land that we have is very valuable and we hold it in trust for future generations living on the northern beaches. I have no problem with selling off small tracts of land like on Wimborne Avenue where we're talking about rezoning it. That clearly are sort of leftovers that will never have any purpose. But I also do take exception with the mention of Vuko Place. Unfortunately, this is actually targeting a particular property and in a particular ward, which is Pittwater Ward. Vuko Place was the administrative headquarters of Pittwater Council. It's currently basically it's full, and the only reason that, and that's partly because the Bridge Club's there, as a result of the Bridge Club being there at the moment, staff had to move from that location to the council centre at Mona Vale. So before we talk about what's happening with Vuko Place, we need to be looking at the Mona Vale Place plan and what purpose the Mona Vale Civic Centre is going to have and where we're going to put staff. So I do object to the inclusion of Vuko Place as an example, as the only example of a property that we could be discussing rationalising. I'd also support Councillor Glanville's comments about property and alternative uses for ones that aren't being used, their use isn't being maximised at the moment. So, yeah, I'll see how I go in a moment, how I vote.
Wow. Councillor Williams, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to vote in favour of this motion. It is just a report. Everything I've heard over the last 10 minutes is just basically a job description of a property manager. A good property manager would have their finger on the pulse of all the properties that were viable options for all of these activities. And I think if it's not part of the brief of the staff that are in charge of it, should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a couple of concerns with this motion being what was raised before, which is the potential duplication of reports with this property rationalisation. In addition, as Councillor Glanville mentioned, I think it's important for Council to try to build or at least maintain its property portfolio and look at where we could be making non-rates income through leasing or letting out our properties, which of course make us more resilient to rate shocks in the long term. And this is something that Sydney City Council does really well. A very large portion of their total income comes from their very large property portfolio, and it means that they don't need to consider things like SRVs, unlike metropolitan councils such as us who are struggling. In what Councillor Causey said, I think there is a bit of short-term thinking going on here in that we don't know what the future needs or demands of the community will be, whether certain areas get developed more than others and suddenly need more green space or suddenly need more community space is something that we just don't know until, of course, we need that and pay top dollar to purchase land back that we sold for a tuppence, decades in the past. So for those reasons, I think I'll be voting against this motion, but I do look forward to seeing the report I think in the 1 month time frame where property rationalisations could be made.
Thank you. Can we maybe move back to the original mover to have some final words? Or does anyone else have a dying need to talk more about this? Okay. Councillor Hackman.
I think we just, from my perspective, I think it's important, even after the SRV process, whether or not we vote to proceed with that or not, that we have visibility and transparency into opportunities. And I do apologise to Councillor Causey for calling out Vuko Place in particular. I didn't realise it was such a significant location. My reasoning for that was just with the Warriewood Valley Community Centre being built, a number of buildings in that area, I thought it was a good time to review that. But more broadly, I think in 6 months' time, it's going to be a great time to review all of the administration office accommodation, and for that reason, I hope you'll support this motion.
Okay, I think with that, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Dillon, myself and Deputy Mayor. Those against, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. 14.3, called out by Councillor Bingham.
Mine.
I know, yep, so we just make sure it's got your name on it, Councillor De Luca, but Councillor Bingham was the one who just called. Sorry,
I'm
you just want to vote
I'm voting
against it?
against it.
All right, so we don't need to say
I just
anything
need to
else?
explain why.
No, that's okay. We've done that in the past. So if no one has anything to say, can we just put this to the vote?
No, seeing Councillor Bingham's going to be voting against it. Hang on, can I speak as the mover first? Did you want to second that? Yeah. No.
No,
not
no.
the
Councillor
person
Hackman.
behind you.
The person who actually turned up to the Save the Hospital thing.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is an important motion because we are supporting our local health workers. For those of us who were there at the time of the strikes and actually spoke to the nurses, midwives, as well as hospital staff there, it was exceptionally compelling to hear their stories, how they are completely overworked and undervalued. Previously, I moved in this place a motion stating that an audit would not achieve what is necessary to properly review that hospital. And that's why in the previous motion we voted to call upon the government and the opposition and crossbenchers to cause a Legislative Council inquiry into the hospital. That is essential, and it is becoming even more clear that it is desperately needed, based not just on the working conditions, but the management of the hospital and the prospective possibility that a major funder of that hospital will withdraw from the hospital. So this seeks to support our nurses and midwives. This seeks to ensure that we, as a council, are responding to what our community continually asks us to do by supporting the hospital, but also raising concerns with the government and the audit office as to what is going on there and why a proper review needs to be undertaken.
Councillor Hackman.
It's late, and I think I have expressed my support for nurses and midwives and nurse-to-patient ratios extensively over the years. So I just wanted to say that I support Councillor De Luca in the work that he's done with this and with the associations behind it. And I'm very much looking forward to this going through.
Councillor Glanville. You're asking a question?
No, a comment.
Sorry?
If we're in debate. I understood
Any questions? All right, we're moving into debate.
Okay. I only wanted to add that I think that this is a symptom of what many in the community have said for a long time, which is that a public-private partnership model of this type doesn't work for public health. The nurses and the midwives are really at the pointy end of the wedge when you have a service that is run for profit, that is, offshoring its profits in tax havens. It's inevitable that our nurses and midwives get their wages pinched because that's the nature of what these private services models means. The only way that they can run them profitably is by cutting corners. In this case, it's pinching keeping a very tight rein on the salaries of the people who are actually doing the work, saving lives. So all I can say is that as a community, I hope we can continue to advocate for a properly funded public health system where we're paying fair wages to our workers so that they can continue the good work of looking after our community and putting the community's health first, not private profits.
Councillor Causey.
I would just add to Councillor Glanville's comments that I'm actually going to go back a bit. Pittwater Council actually fought very hard to save Mona Vale Hospital because it was a public hospital and it was close to the population that it served. Northern Beaches Hospital is not actually anywhere near the majority of the population. There was a parliamentary inquiry many years ago now that showed that Mona Vale Hospital was actually at the centre of the Northern Beaches population. It was the site that the majority of residents could reach most easily. I really regret that previous Northern Beaches councils have not or did not support the retention of that hospital. And Save Mona Vale Hospital, of which I was a member for a long time and media officer, fought for a long time to bring this to the attention of residents on the Northern Beaches. Whereas Pittwater Council had supported residents in that fight, this council failed to do that. And we're now in a situation where services are inadequate. The hospital's controlled by a private entity and Save Mona Vale Hospital hears stories quite frequently of horrific things happening. Unfortunately, the parliamentary inquiry that is, I think, still underway, terms of reference were so narrow that Save Mona Vale Hospital wanted to put in a submission. This is referring to the resident who spoke earlier. But the issues that it wanted to discuss actually didn't fit within the terms of reference, so we're unable to make a submission for that reason. I think, sorry, I'm speaking. I would really like to move an amendment to this that the council calls on the state government to take over Northern Beaches Hospital into takes it into public hands. However, I know that with the current state budget and the issues with hospitals all over the state and medical facilities, that's not going to happen. So I think it's a waste of time. But I do feel very strongly about the issues up there, and I'll support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Causey. Councillor Beaujard.
I'll try and keep this quick, Mayor. I'm not supportive of this motion. It doesn't go far enough. We're reacting to a single HR issue inside an organisation, not a systemic issue in our health system, notwithstanding the items in Clause 1. I think we actually need to go a bit further as a council in discussing our real concerns that the only public hospital on the beaches is causing significant concerns for its staff, its patients and healthcare of our entire community. So the reason I will be voting for this, but the reason I'm not in favour of the notice of motion is that it doesn't go far enough and doesn't really support what our community needs.
Okay. Councillor Bingham.
I actually called this out because I don't think it's appropriate that we should get involved in wage disputes between the New South Wales government and the unions. I don't think we should say that we support. Of course, we support nurses and midwives, and we support that they get better pay and conditions. But this is really about a 16% pay increase to match their Queensland counterparts, and I don't think that's appropriate for this council to get involved in pay negotiations.
Councillor De Luca, as the mover, have a final say because I'd...
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I thank everyone for their contribution, and I also acknowledge Councillor Hackman's long involvement, as I do Councillor Causey's long involvement with providing proper health care on the Northern Beaches, and the numerous other councillors that have done likewise. We have moved and resolved motions in the past, both in Warringah Council days as well as now, which are similar to this motion. We do often comment and submit motions regarding state and federal government matters. The ferries, where Councillor Bingham achieved greatly on the saving of certain ferries at Manly, is one example. But this is something that we need to show community leadership. The Local Government Act confers us with the power and authority to show leadership on behalf of our community. And when our community is coming to us and saying, what's Council's position on this? I think we do need a position, and we do need to show our support for these workers that are completely being treated badly. And we know they are, because some of them we've seen protesting. I think there were 300. And it's our community who then has to suffer because of the government and private companies' neglect. So I therefore commend the motion to you. I thank those of you who have been positive. I welcome some motions from Councillor Bogart in the future. I think it's very interesting. You can always move amendments to motions, and I just remind councillors of that, or you can move your own notices of motion. So the efforts of others should not necessarily be criticised because in one's opinion it doesn't go far enough. I think that's an unfair criticism. So I hope that this motion will be passed, and I thank those who will support it.
Okay, with that, we put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Causey, Deputy Mayor and myself. Those against, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham and Councillor Dillon. Declare that law carried. Now, before we move on to anything else, because it's 11:26 and it's exciting, when we broke out of confidential, we need to actually show what it is that we voted on. So just for the public.
I'm happy then for these motions to go to, perhaps, is it possible that it go to the January council meeting? February.
It goes to the February.
So be it.
Yep. There's always motivation to kind of move on. Right, so we have item 17.1, which is a service review. Sorry, I'm not sure what number we're up to. Is that 17.2? Yeah, that's 17.2. Okay. Thank you. All right, so now we're up to 14 point. Want to start one more? E-bikes and e-scooters. I'm sure you're going to all be in agreement with each other.
No. Let's just. I recommend that we delay it because it does need discussion, and I will support it. Yep.
Was anyone pulling any notice of motion out just to make a comment but not change anything?
The strategy day, can we just vote that
Yeah, I
through?
was-
Is that need debate?
Could we check with
Quickly.
Councillor
All right, just
Causey?
all councillors all stop for a moment and
14.6. On the what? Sorry, all this was about, and to your point with your recommendation, this was to run parallel with it wasn't about special rate variation, having time out to go through our reports. It was in parallel with the budget preparations. And so asking the staff to give us, not necessarily a weekend, a day to get together. That's all that was
Yep.
about. So
it could be 2 half days,
in
it could
possibly
be 2 days.
February.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Can I make a comment on it? Just quickly.
All right, we're formally pulling this one out then, just 14.6, because, yep. Councillor Causey, you're the only one who's going to be asking a question or making
I want
a
to
comment?
make a comment.
All right, please. Okay, seconded
Well,
by
pretend-
Councillor
pretend.
DeLuca. All right, so Councillor
Okay, sorry,
Causey.
I'll ask a question then. Is this strategic planning weekend visualised to be residential, or we just meet? It's not. Okay, I'm happy to support it if we're not going and staying somewhere. But I just think at the moment the community would be appalled if we were.
No, we haven't
Who says?
stayed anywhere.
At a council-owned
with this-
venue.
Yep.
Sorry, council-owned venue, and I'd heard rumours it was meant to be at Currawong, which.
Oh, I think that's just a dream.
Okay, all right, fine.
I haven't been on an ocean trip for a long time. Okay, putting this one to, is there any other questions? Councillor DeLuca is going to be the seconder. So all those in favour? Declare that carried, that's unanimous. There we got one last one out of the way. And that's, so declare the meeting closed at...
Sorry, excuse me, Matt, just about the 14.7, Councillor DeLuca called that one out. I just wanted to see, I wanted to make sure that that's in the
we have
schedule.
no time now to
No, okay.
carry on with anything else.
Okay, thanks.
Declare this, you can have a discussion afterwards, but when we start back in February, those 2 items will be on there and we can see where we go to with that. So declare the meeting closed at 11:30 p.m, which is exactly when we should be closing. Wish you all a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, be happy, safe, be with friends and family. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, councillors. That is